now. Переводить на русский. Переводить на русский listen to English. Левее кнопка listen to. Левее, ниже в языковой панели. Угу. Check, check, check. English channel, English channel, English channel. Check, check.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Colleagues, we can start if everyone's ready. So we continue the conference on bringing together the approach of social humanitarian and technical knowledge. And today we're talking about design of the development of social process methods plus method and methodology. And the first speaker will be Andrei Bakhtisin, member correspondent of Russian Academy of Science. And head of a chair in Moscow State University. Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. And we talked with Grigory Filipovich regarding the topic of the presentation. He asked me to talk about supercomputer technologies, talking about modulation of social processes, because initially that was not the intention of supercomputers. Now, as far as the development of supercomputer technologies, I would like to say that this year, in September, Moscow State University you chose 2007 supercomputer, which will be third most productive amount of 500 systems, and the total productivity is more than 500 exaflops. And the turning point with Frontier computer was last year, and together with their colleagues in Moscow State University, we had the working group among the BRICS countries. And the previous meeting was in July this year, and we set the priorities, and the first priorities endorsed by every country was the project to create the digital Earth modeling. Now, and as a subset of the system, it was planned that this was a modeling of the climate, but the subset of that system is modeling socium and how human impact climatic changes. This is a part of such a large-scale model which are implemented using supercomputers. Every participating country talked about their priorities, mostly it's artificial intelligence, creation of drugs, control of pilotless aircraft and vehicles. And one of the priorities, this is the digital Earth. And this year it was announced as one of the most important ones. And as part of the project, we developed demographic model in the scale of 1 to 10. It's a model of the planet. Agent-oriented approach is used, having considered the social system of the planet with this scale 1 to 10. So these are the agents who represent the population of Earth, and thus allow modeling the dynamics of changes, taking into account various changes in demography due to migration between the countries, which increases or subsides. And despite the widely announced fragmentation, which International Monetary Fund talked about and experts, migration flows, they only increase, and this is explained by changes of climate and tensions in political sphere and other spheres. What is the model? It's an oriented model. Each individual viewpoint is a program class with a large set of properties shown on the slide. That's age, sex, behavioral aspects, a number of program methods which determine the behavior of agents. That's migration, making a decision about childbirth, death of the agent, and information gathering. And environmental parameters, which predetermine the priorities in the agent sphere of migration. These are the environmental parameters which relate to a specific country and have a wide spectrum of include the GDP, GDP per capita, then different environmental parameters, including mortality rate and other parameters which can be also be attractive for an agent to migrate. So a couple of words about the organization, which is mostly quoted in the sphere of demography. This is Department of People Population of the United Nations, and years they create forecasts, long-term forecasts until the end of the century for all countries of the world. They use a model and simplified formula is presented on the slide. In particular, to model the total coefficient of birth, this function is used in combination of two functions, and these are the parameters used, the parameters set by experts, and they determine the changes in the birth rate declining in 4 ranges, and they have quite a strong hypothesis in this corresponding model. And they foresee 3 phases of birth. The first phase implies that it's a high birth rate phase, which is followed by the phase number 2, low birth rate, and high life expectancy in the majority of countries. I'm not talking about Africa. It's Europe and Japan included here. So this is the phase when the birth rate is low and life expectancy is long. And inevitable is the third stage when there is stabilization and reaching the level for reproduction. Autoregression model is used here, and other models which are shown on the slide. So what is a strong assumption here is that all these phases are true for every country, and they are unchanged. And if we take Europe, for example, judging by the statistics, it looks like France goes through the third stage. And why other countries, which are neighbors of France and processes until recently were synchronous there, they do not go into that phase. So the idea that these phases are cut in stone is not confirmed by a number of observations. That's why we used agent-based approach to get a more realistic picture, and I will share the results. But first, I'll say that the key statistical agency gives the data regarding the birth rate, and they specify this scenario once in 2 years. And the recent forecast, which they gave until 2035, that forecast was made in 2019, and it didn't take into account the COVID and nor the special military operation. So all the factors which were used in 2019, they took into account the previous periods where the situation was calm and stable. But unlike UN, and UN calculates the sum total birth rate factor, and the statistical agency calculates the birth rate factor for each region. So in Tuva, in the St. Petersburg region, this is different. And UN does not take it into account. They calculate the birth rate factor for Russia in general. So this is where a statistical agency is more exact, but they provide those figures with a big delay. And again, they use expert-based approach. They determine the set of parameters. Each parameter corresponds to a particular age cohort, and the total birth factor should coincide with the control parameters for the previous period. They use the iterative approach and determine the set of parameters on the basis of initial expert assessment of the regional initial values. Talking about recent forecast, that's UN forecast from 2022 until the end of the century. The population in Africa will grow considerably from 1.3 to 4.3 billion people, and the forecasted increase in globally will be concentrated in 10 countries, mostly African country, and the picture of the world will change globally. This is what it is going to look like. There will be a vast increase. The sub-Saharan countries, Europe and North America, the population will decline, and Western Europe, it will be statistical error almost on a global scale. So the population with high income will decline, and the population with middle or low income countries will grow, and that will have a massive impact on migration processes and the so-called sub-Saharan countries. This vast population is going to migrate to Europe, and this process we see, but this process will strengthen, and after some time the situation collapse if no measures are taken. The second point is the reduction of the share of able-bodied population in every country, and Russia is looking quite good actually here. But if we look at the countries of sub-Saharan Africa, they will have the youngest population, most active, and in China will be an anti-leader in terms of population above 60, so aging of population with declining numbers. And across the global, it will look like this. India, China, it will be halved. Then number 3, Nigeria. So a lot of Black African countries. Russia at 20th place, 112 million. That's from UN. Whether these forecasts are trustworthy, average deviation, these are not my measurements. There is a publication, and people gathered a large area of data, and they check the percentage of deviation depending on the horizon of forecasting. Average deviation from their own forecast, which they in 10 years it was 6%, 12 years 11, 30 years 15%. If you prolong that, we can suggest that until the end of the century, the specific exactness of the forecast will be 50%. When they say that the population of China will reduce by half, it's an engaged forecast in favor of United States, and so we can't really trust that. So it's the exactness of this forecast about 50%. That's why we decided to make our forecast. And this is another part of forecast which I work with, that's economic forecast, and we can refer to World Bank models, and they're in 3 axes. This is long-term demographic growth models, and they are based on demographic data and the number of labor force globally. And if they use long-term economic growth forecast, which they attribute to China, to Russia, then as a minimum it's stagnation, and as a rule it's a decline. And why these forecasts are bad? Because they create wrong impulses for investors, long-term investors who make decisions regarding investment, and they worsen the negative information field in terms of the country which they use as their target. Our forecast is better because we try to approach it without being engaged and trying to be realistic. We uploaded those summary birth factors which I talked about previously. And in case with Russia, they're ranked by constituent entities of the country. Our baseline forecast shows that it will be India and China will not decline catastrophically. And in Russia, by the end of this century, we'll have not 112, but 120 million. A number of experiments was carried out, and I will talk about it in more detail. And what I would like to say regarding why we use agent-based approach, because it allows to play different scenarios which impact behavioral properties of people, and in their turn they can modify the birth trajectory. So these are factors which improve birth rate, and that's financial support and values and medical services, etc. And it shows that even if we use simple analysis, correlation analysis, the simplest one, it shows that these factors can adjust people's so this is for the Russian Federation and the federal okrugs. In 22 years, the correlation factor between the summary birth factor and construction of residential houses per 1,000 population. For example, for the Far East Okrug, it's almost 1.9. It means that this factor is, well, if not the most important one, then one of the most ones. And the simplest analysis shows that it can have a major impact on a behavior. Now, at the same time, these square meters, they should be available. Although this is average data, and such a big country as ours, which is highly differentiated in terms of income and the cost of square meter in the regions, but if we suggest there is an average square meters for an apartment and average cost, so the availability is this. If we bring to norm a cost of a house to the income of household, then the factor is 16.3, which indicates the affordability of the housing for a household. And this is 83rd place out of 107 places. And the leaders are Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, United States, Belgium, other, where a lot of attention is paid to creating a comfortable living environment to help birth rate. Additional computation scenario. So there is a baseline scenario and two other scenarios. First is regionalization, which includes a further escalation of multipolarity and a reduction of migration flows between the countries. Now, Russia is the recipient country for migrants, and China is a donor workforce, and there is statistics for migration flows. And the largest here are Mexico and the United States. And deurbanization scenario, this is a more even distribution of population, and that will change to a certain extent the birth rate. And these two scenarios show that the scenario of regionalization, so the reduction in the power of migration flows, have a negative influence on Russian China and Russian United States, and positive on China, and the first scenario shows that our population might be significantly higher. So it means that the population will be distributed more evenly across the population, across the territory of the country, because Moscow now has about 8.6 of the entire population of the country, and we're not even talking about new territories. So such compaction of the population in one city, it's not good from the point of view of reproduction, and this has a negative impact on such it creates a national threat, God forbid, act of terror or biological attacks. And we also used ChatGPT technologies. We ask questions in Russian and English. We ask questions regarding the identification of the most influential factors which have an impact on the increase in birth rate. Now it's the same, what we calculated and what can be understood by analyzing the most quoted publications. That's housing, then improvement of childcare, flexible working schedule, getting allowance to raise children. And the final thing I would like to say why agent-based approach is important. Now, those affirmations which UN takes into account in their forecast, this is an expert assumption regarding the indicators, and they are fixed, and it means this model is engaged in favor of certain countries, and some of the things are not taken into account there. But many studies show that some unexpected factors which initially were not seen, these factors have a big impact on the birth processes. For example, this is this study of the National Bureau for Economic Studies. They have performed a study on birth certificates of more than 100 million in the United States for the past 20 years. And they've identified that the conception process, according to the researchers, is the indicator which can help forecast crisis. So it means that households, they have this gut feeling about the oncoming problems, and they make a decision whether to conceive a baby or not, or postponing it. And these are the graphs. So conception and the economic growth rate, which are based on the analysis of those 100 million certificates. Now, any crisis from the recent time to 2001, 2008, they show that the reduction in GDP, it preceded a reduction in conception. And that was understood post factum by analyzing birth certificates. Unfortunately, you cannot forecast how which way it's going to go, because we'll have statistics after the crisis. But it shows that there are known sort of verbal things which are hard to identify, and still they have a key significance when making a decision about giving birth to a child, and they are a precursor of difficult events, which then reflect on the changes in GDP, for example. And finally, it's not that one-sided. The foreign experience to stimulate birth rate, these are two examples. It shows that financing, this head-on financing, does not have a principal impact. For example, South Korea in past 16 years, they spent more than $200 billion to stimulate birth, but they did not achieve much because they have the lowest birth rate factors in Korea, and only went down from 0.8 to 0.78, although they've spent $200 billion. The same situation is true for Japan. They have this analog of maternity capital, like in Russia. So it's one-time allowance of around 240, 100,000 yen, and they want to increase that, and we're transferring into rubles. That's around 300,000 rubles. And the payment structure is this: first, mother pays her own money to give birth to a child. They agreed with the clinic where the birth is going to take place. Then she gets the birth certificate that the birth process was successful. She takes it to a corresponding administrative bodies. There's heavy bureaucracy, and after some time, a decision is made to reimburse that. So I've read the response to such initiative. There is a lot of negative feedback. They say, if you want to give birth to a child, do it yourself, because this is very little money, and these money which are paid by the government is not even enough to buy a cat or a dog in a pet shop. So it is another proof that financial stimulation, big or small, it doesn't work if it's just done like this, head on. And if we analyze the maternity capital programs, then it was most efficient here in Russia. once it was introduced in 2007, according to different assessment, it was 2.53 million additional births, thanks to the maternity certificate implementation in Russia. And the very final thing, there's a study showing that in giving women more rights, of course, it's a moment which is difficult to verify, but still it has a big impact on reproduction affirmations. For example, after women's liberation, household revolution, when in the United States, the statutes in the second half of the 19th century, the statute for women who didn't have a right to work was changed, and the birth rate declined 0.2%. And there was another study which shows that the increase the representation of women in the parliament causes the reduction in birth rate on average 6 to 7%. And again, it's a big mass of data that was analyzed during quite long period of time. So again, it has a strong impact on affirmations of people to give birth. So why am I giving this in such detail? What I'm saying is that using higher precision tools, which give you a more detailed understanding of the agents, which are divided into groups, which have different life affirmations and who differ in terms of their behavioral specifics. Now, if you use tools which have higher precision, you get a better results. So partially, these tools can give you an answer how to improve the birth rate in the country, for example. And they are like a counterbalance to methods which are not, well, bad, but they're outdated. Methods which are used by UN, for example. And sometimes they do it even simpler. They extrapolate those factors, and on the basis of those extrapolations, they create a long-term forecast which set a negative tone, a negative backdrop. Thank you very much. Now, colleagues, everyone has a microphone. You can press the button and the button should light up. We are in this newly equipped lecture hall.
Would you be so kind to tell us, you were talking about the birth rate, and I never, what about the actual mortality rates? Maybe this could be regulated by just reduction of mortality, then you can increase the population. For example, in the Kaliningrad region from 1993, there was this crossover when the birth rate equaled the mortality rates, and then by 2010, I don't know, what is it, 18 promille, it is per thousand, it just reduced, and it reduced in 5 years time, because in the regions we have opened the the center, it's the population under 1 million, it shouldn't have the cardia center of the heart disease hospital. So we shouldn't only increase the birth rate, we decrease the mortality rates here in, you know, like the wife should be by the husband. And in our tradition shows that our regions, for example, Kazan, Tatarstan, and the North Caucasus, this is the highest rates of birth in Chechnya, because they have totally different culture over there. And in Kaliningrad region, there are migrants, and they come and they give us higher birth rate than the women who are native to the Kaliningrad region. So we shouldn't be only just raising the birth rate, but we should be reducing the rate of death. Well, thank you. I totally agree with you here. It's just here within the 15 minutes here keynote. This is demographics. We can talk about endlessly. This is just a lot of facets here, but the three basics is a death rate, birth rate, and migration that defines the population dynamic. It's just we have to fight the evil, not only support the good, and the good is the birth rate, and the bad is the death rate, and so the catastrophically is anti-leader in terms of expected life expectancy between women and men. Amongst 202 countries, we are in the second place in the world. The average in the world is 5 on average, and we have the men's life expectancy is very short. It's the cause is very well known. That is, it is stress and unemployment and social commotions and the social and that's probably the overwhelming factor. And I think that I totally agree with you. And preserving life is it should be one of the priorities, of course. And in our national priorities and our national goals, it is actually has written in extending life expectancy by 2024. Of course, we understand that it's not going to be compliant with. Of course, the medicine has to develop for that. Yeah, thank you. Press the button by the microphone and talk into the microphone. It's just a remark and a question. So, Vladimir Kornilovich, and I wanted to ask. I'm very grateful to the organizers putting this question, interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and here we can see the mathematical calculations, modeling, etc. And the entire situation from the point of view of sociology is explained very like this. The Institute of Family has a function of gathering property and then passing it on as heritage. If there are no conditions like that, the family falls apart and there are no births. What you showed just confirms it, and this is an additional explanation of what we were seeing. And so the question is, you said that it is predicted 120 million people, the population of Russia, and that is through the reproduction of Russian people or ethnic minorities or migration or what? Well, thank you very much for the question. And I unfortunately, I did not look at the nationality, at ethnic status. The regional aspects are there, yes, and 120, that's taking into account the migration too. And if one of the scenarios that the weakening of this migration flows, this additional 20 millions will not be there. So this replenishment is not going to have the smoother reduction, and it's not going to happen. And the regions is not very happy either. So it will be Central Federal District will suffer the most. This is a very this is the bottleneck, the painful point here. And half a year ago, there was initiative, the presidential initiative, and the plenipotentiary envoy in the Central Okrug, and it was the Institute of Demographic Studies. It is catastrophic, and it's been acknowledged at the highest levels. And so the governor of the Kursk region, our calculations show that if we don't change anything, if we use the ratios of the coefficients the same, by the end of century, in my subject, there will be 23 people, not 23, not 23,000, not 23,000, not 230,000. It's just 23 people will be left by the end of the century. So why did I draw your attention? Because it was there was a report last year prepared by Satovnichi of the demographic aspects, and there was the Roman club there, and so the 100 million people should be there to give birth to talented people, the ethnic diasporas, ethnic and national minority groups. The growth is there. The development of Russia is practically impossible, and the title nation will be reducing, and the development will be reducing. What we see in the former republics in Turkmenistan, etc. So there would be a serious drop. And do you take this into account, or do you not take it into account in your predictions? The development of country, socio-cultural, scientific, technological, depending of the people and able people being born here. So that is the factors of scientific and practical progress. And this is the exponent, and this is the investment into R&D sector. So it gives the total figure. This is not split into what kind of population is there, and the ethnic composition or any of that is not taking into account. It's not. But colleagues, I totally agree with you that it is very acute problems that unfortunately it is happening. It is a replacement of the native population. If you look at Europe, there's absolutely same processes, and they are unfortunately taking into account the current tendencies. They probably will be reinforced. So I'm so sorry, colleagues. We have timing. We have 15 minutes, up to 20, and now we've objectively we've started a little bit less. And traditionally, the first keynote is very has the right of the first night, of course, but we have to and give the remark about Victoria from Kaliningrad. She was saying, I want to comment there, the intensively developing all of it, and he's very talented governor. He does quite a lot there, and now in this situation that is not very easy currently, and he's still doing things, and the reduction of mortality, the rates of death, the mortality rates on the roads, for example, that is really strict controls there. And if we compare the intellectual systems, that is all AI systems that are on the public transport there. So there are certain social problems, of course. Then I totally agree with the Institute of Private Property and guarantees of private property that you can pass on to your children as inheritance, accumulation of capital. So, and this is all. There are certain diplomatic issues here, questions, but I just want to thank our keynote speaker. Thank you very much. Give him a round of applause. And now I just please understand the colleagues, and with you, I missed one of the online speaker, and if nobody is running away, because there is the timing overlap, and he said that he will be quick, and so. And there are these keynotes, and I don't know where to put it. So now this is one of the keynotes. It correlates with yesterday's AI section and today's design of this is the role of AI in the social and political life, the academic discourse. This is Fedorchenko Sergey, Doctor of Science, Political Science, Assistant Professor, Department of History and Theory of Politics, MSU, Professor, Department of Management of Science, Intensive Industry and Regional Projects in MIFI, Chief Researcher, Division of Projects, Academic University for the Humanities, Editor-in-Chief of and so I have to correct it. So let's greet the keynote speaker, and Sergey Nikolaevich. We have time. I know you are in the Thank you for this opportunity, colleagues. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. And Q, can you see me? Can you see the presentation? Yeah, excellent. So, but the topic is really broad, it's inexhaustible, and in my keynote, and I want to concentrate on the risks of AI in the social and political discourse. And my key thesis is every country has there is a certain digital oikumen, the system that is necessary for the positioning and the protection of the digital sovereignty of the state, and that includes beyond doubt technological cooperation, which are resident tax resident of this country, social media, social networks, video hosting, and all of this, and that is technologies at an international level. So these processes for the citizens of the day now, what is very important, the goal is not only political but also technical education, and the technologies of AI, they are being introduced, and the lack of the social, political, and political literacy, then the discrimination, risks of manipulation, and lack of transparency and algorithmization of power, of authority, that those are the threats, social and political risk of AI. Then I tried to describe a number of discourses in these tracks that which are the most important ones, and that is the first discourse is algorithmization of authority, lack of transparency, manipulation, and discrimination. It's just the four of them, and they are connected one to the other. And the first track, the first discourse, where scholars talk from the position of that the most important problems is the algorithmization of authority. And in many works, this is the process of getting the power is just an algorithm. This is political behavior and what governs political behavior. And there is a lot of studies, a lot of researches from the United Kingdom. For example, quite fresh one article of Beer that what's the recursive society. There is a specific that is characterized not isolated cycles, but coiling, data coiling of and transforming certain loops into the feedback, the coiling through the fixed image of social practices and political behavior. So these practices are they reinforce this. We have to check these studies, we have to test them and how well founded they are. Our political scientists, Nazarov, for example, from Russian Academy of Sciences, they put emphasis on well, he does agree with Beer, and then the predictive analytics is something that the predictive approach, the programs, algorithms in political sciences, they start measuring everything. And in principle, this recursive society, socially technical society, when social without technical cannot exist. And this is the recursive society that is reinforced, is fixed. And then, for an example, I'm not going to give you too many examples. For example, in Canada, there was this algorithmization is done on the delivery project, where the data broker, the state as a data broker, or the state as the delivery agent of information intellectual services. And to be totally honest, there is a little scandal there in Canadian society when the program of introduction of AI, the Justin Trudeau, practically it was just represented by one corporation. So the ethics committee now raised the issue. So sorry, can you talk into can you please go into the Russian, can you go into the Russian channel? How do I do this? At the bottom there is a globe, the globe icon, this RU, it says. It should say RU because we could hear you very well, and now we can't hear you. So go into Russian channel. The broadcast in Russian cannot be heard. So at the bottom, can you hear me now? We can hear you. Check the broadcast. Can you hear you? Can we hear you? Can you be heard? Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. I'll check you now in the broadcast. Can you say something? Yeah. Now I'm talking. I just carrying on. Can you hear? Yeah. Can you hear me? Very good. Can you select? Yeah. Can you hear me now, colleagues? Can you hear? Can you say something? And now we can hear you. Thank you. Thank you. Great. Great. Fantastic. And so this led to when this society wants to reconsider this delivery concept when the government joins together with one digital corporation selected, and there are serious risk on digital management, digital control, and tracking. And then another track here, this is a lack of transparency. So there's a problem of black box. Some publications, they say there is a set dangerous facts. For example, in 2021 there was a case that was not that long ago in the committee of the UN. The drone started hunting people and killed the people, and programmers can't tell them why it happened. And there was a drone and killed people. And there was in China the facial recognition recognized the citizens as a pedestrian because it just compared it to the advertising. And then the Uber driverless it just crashed into a cyclist in 2020 in Russia. A facial recognition Ashan shop, there was recognized a person as a criminal, and it was sent to the police, and only the lawyer managed to prove that they're wrong. And so this lack of transparency is in artificial intelligence. They compare it. Alchemists stress. I want to stress not to the programmers, not the scholars who are developing this, but the actual the entrepreneurs who promise artificial intelligence with all the cure for all the social ills. And the study that sees the risks in migration, virtual worlds, and these underworld, and these are interrogation of migrants when drones have the right to question migrants and threat electric shocks. And these experiments, there's just totally no responsibility of the state. Third discourse, this is manipulation. And there are studies which prove that based on the system of Netflix, for instance, you have, if you pick some number of random accounts in this streaming service, like Cultural Snob, Sports Fast, Hopeless Romantic, then by the end of the experiment, there was proven that each type of these virtual users, there was a strong personalization of the preferences here. So now we start talking of the Hakami theory, and then some studies show that the highest risks are to do with deepfakes. These deepfakes can provoke the inter-country conflicts. They could fool the electorate, and this negatively impacts the political process. And the last discourse, the last track, is what I wanted to quickly talk about. This is discrimination, and this is the discourse that a lot of papers are devoted to this issue, because for them this is very urgent. This is to do with racial problems. On 2015, there was a racial scandal because Google thought Google Photos. There was African American with tag gorilla, and all these tags were destroyed and removed. And Raffanelli was writing so to look at these cases that there is the replacement of the authority of human by the authority of artificial intelligence, because artificial intelligence is only the tool, a tool that people use in exercising their authority. So I'm coming to the end now here, and in the opinion of Lexin, quite a famous economist from Russian Communist Society, the total robotization, the society of robots, you can predict the risks of deformation of social structure, from labor degradation, gradation, and social stratification to getting the middle classes into precariate with a lack of employment. So the existing total social and professional discrimination. And the group of the authors, the situation is much more complex here, and more likely than not, the introduction of artificial intelligence will lead not to the total disappearance of the whole trades and jobs, but the replacement of at the level of task, because there are new spheres of economy. Unfortunately, I don't have time to talk about this in depth and to reflect on this. But now in Russia, even there is the terminology digital centaurs or kentors, and this is the preservation of our trades, but they have to be renewed in socially, humanitarian, physical, technical spheres, where every specialist, culture specialist, physicist, biologist, sociologist, will hone the artificial intelligence agent trained for himself, for his profession, his or her trade competences. This is the concept of digital double. So if you have the Russian scholars, you can see at the algorithmization, the impact of algorithm on society and on the government, on state, and the observations show that most dangerous scenario is algorithmically closed circle of various impacts, lack of transparency, manipulation, discrimination, and where there will be no way out of this vicious circle. And the very important issue here is the hybrid social and political and technical education of citizens, and the lack of this, digital acumen, external impact of the external influences, and this will be the information capsule principle. It will be based on here. I just wanted to continue and say that, in fact, these studies, they describe, I think, the problem of authority algorithmization. It is not by accident, because really what lacks is the serious mechanisms, educational mechanisms, which would be included into educational programs in schools and in universities, citizens education and technical education. If you look our primary school and secondary school, and in the autumn picking up the tree leaves for the herb collections there, but probably we can introduce our school kids with the risks and opportunities of artificial intelligence systems, because Otherwise, we will be lagging behind hopelessly. Again, thank you, Sergey Nikolaevich. Thank you. Do we have any audio questions from the room? Yeah, just remarks. Just remarks. And from the last point, primary school, there was an experiment in Moscow a number of years ago, and there was a study of Russian Academy of Sciences, introduction of digital technologies in the first form. During they were using tablets, and the psychological and pedagogical, they were left behind. So you give your child why and then you get back a sick child. So this was the result. And how do you delineate the authority, the power, and the management? So this is the new resource for the authority, and then algorithmization here is not interesting because that could be used in management anyway. It could be used only in management, but so this is the part. What you were talking about, the encapsulation, and Chinese data shows strong and encapsulation and atomization of population, and all the digitization leads to the reduction of social interaction, social relationships. This is destruction, absolute destruction of social fabric. And if we talk about the resources of authority, digital, and degradation of society, we are subjugated to where it's submission of all these digital processes. In 2019, there was at the Presidium of Russian Academy of Sciences, in the nearest 3 decades, the interconnection of the development of IT and economical, only IT sphere is growing. It doesn't help development of neighboring industries. Yeah, thank you. Maybe we will not start a discussion. It will be afterwards. We'll have this. And now there are questions, just questions, just in detail. So, Sergey, please, can I reply to this? Can you hear me? Can I reply to the post? Yeah, please, yeah, do. And yeah, I agree with you that from the first form of school, it shouldn't be done. But when a child in a third form starts asking question on artificial intelligence and says, why do we do something else? And in other schools, these topics are discussed. So here, we should be looking not only at Moscow schools, but we should be checking other regions, other schools. And I agree that for that we need to have to run measurements on algorithmization and on digital encapsulation. And the digital encapsulation, of course, there will be a separate keynote. I think Sergey Vladimirovich Bodenkov will be doing that. So I'm not going to be taking away his breadth. So algorithmization, the destruction of deterioration of social links. There are works, there are studies, there are papers of rather an alarmist nature. And the system of social rating, that when I got deeper into this topic and I started talking with Chinese students, where I have Chinese from different provinces of China, from different regions, and they said that in the process of our dialogue, that the unified system that's just current and sick there, it doesn't exist. There are 6 models of electronic government which are synchronized with AI technologies, and they look, say, in 10 years' time, and they check, and there are reports, there are reviews, there is feedback of regional party organization. There is a regional party organization, if is happy with it, the help of artificial intelligence, and if people are happy, then we leave it. If they're not happy, then we cancel it, we stop using it. An example, when it was cancelled, when it was discontinued, the project of with the AI, this was zero trust because it found correlation of corruption the state procurement and nepotism and relationships of and so what was unhappiness was the regional regional authorities, and they had to stop. They stopped this project. And if we talk about the economy spheres of the economies, industries, so IT is working for itself and is not giving any improvement of any other economic areas. Mariana Natsukatova was talking about the cost, and the majority of projects are to do with the Silicon Valley and all the rest, with the breakthrough technologies like neural networks, artificial intelligence. They are not just startups by accident. They always picked up over the period of risks, and then non-predictable profits by the state, and the state is a very strong investor there, and only after the state invests into a serious startup, the artificial intelligence, then venture capital comes only after the governmental investments, and then straight away here you can debate this, you can go into the polemics here, and then if there are no new industries, if we don't start new industries, then we will be overtaken by other states, by other countries. And here we have to look at the whole spread, to find out other projects in the regions, and that makes it possible. Our specs, the economies of the regions, and of course for the general, the same measure cannot be applied to regions of our country. For example, the certain programs of indoctrination of the technologies of the AI, from education to services, probably shouldn't be doing that. We have to look at the demand of the societies and the readiness of this society for these technologies. And I think that this approach should be flexible. It should not be ever rigid. So, colleagues, thank you very much. And now we have. So now we can talk, and asynchronously. I will pass the question on to you, and we can do it and get the feedback. And then even if before this conference some people probably haven't been introduced to each other, then you give me the right to swap your contact, so we can collaborate and do the intellectual effort that here. And the timing is very limited here, so we have to kind of curb it and do it to have a representation much broader. So thank you very much. Thank you. We can give him a round of applause. Thank you to our speaker. Thank you. Thank you. And now, next one is following the program. That is, I thank our keynote speakers that I shifted them a little bit later with this post agreement. I thank them for the understanding. And now we have
So the next keynote is the potential of spatial statistical analysis and the assessment of social processes. And the speaker is Igor Okunev, PhD in political science, director of the Center for Spatial Analysis in International Relations at the Institute for International Studies, MGIMO University in Moscow. Thank you. Colleagues, our center in MGIMO assesses the spatial factor based on different socioeconomic notions and their distribution globally. It's obvious that when we talked about birth rate, and the country has certain birth rate and is surrounded by the countries with high birth rate, and on the other hand, if we consider a situation where it's surrounded by countries with the low birth rate, so the spatial position of the phenomena we're observing will impact the nature of that phenomenon. In geography, there is Walter Torberg, a Swiss scholar, who called it the first law of geography. Everything impacts on everything, but what's closer has the biggest impact. And it's has a probabilistic nature, of course, that impact, but still it needs to be measured, because it is not true for all the phenomena, and the power of impact can differ. So this is what we do, and we use information modeling and spatial and statistical analysis models, which are not as widely presented as other methods of statistical analysis. So I will demonstrate the way we perform the research and how can we measure this effect of space and spatial impact, and by giving an example, and that has to do with the elections and electoral geography. And the point of this presentation is to demonstrate the methodology, how we analyze the spatial effect. In the electoral geography, there is such a notion as a effect of a neighbor or neighboring effect. Among those spatial effects, which impact on how a person votes, one of the key things is where this person resides. And with this popular effect, friends and neighbors, and if in the region there is a candidate who represents the city or this region, he has a higher chance for support rather than a person from a different city or region. So, and back in the 70s, they formulated this neighboring effect. So people are prone to vote being guided by the opinion of their surrounding, including geographical surrounding. So if within the particular region there is a higher support of a particular candidate, then there is a certain probability that this candidate will be endorsed by the neighboring regions as well. And the explanation was from the point of view of one of the key explaining theories of the explaining geography, that's called the theory of diffusion of innovations, and it can be used to analyze elections as well. So it is the density of communication. The more dense the communication, the more the information is passed on, and thanks to a dense communication network between neighboring cities and regions, there is high attention to a particular candidate. That was a theoretical explanation. Later on, the hypothesis was empirically proven using specific cities and specific elections. When they polled the people, they restored the communication networks, and then statistically they showed that this particular effect was in play during those particular elections. But overall, this neighboring effect, which is a spatial effect in the social process, in this particular case in the electorate process, but for now it hasn't been present. Overall electorate geography today is based on a simple methodology. So every social notion has a territorial differentiation. In different parts of that social space, this indicator presents it differently. So in some regions, the vote for the right party is more than for the left. So this differentiation, which exists in the elections, is compared to other differentiations based on other parameters which exist in the society. And these are socioeconomic, demographic indicators. And where they see a match of this differentiation, they talk about a certain pattern. For example, classic situation that in the Ukraine, the higher the share of Russian-speaking population, the more support there was to political forces which are loyal to Russia, vice versa. So differentiation of factors going to match, and this is not the neighboring effect to its full extent. And we need to operationalize the neighboring effect to see the impact. Like has been said, the electorate is more prone to support a candidate which is from the same city or neighboring region. So more formally, the share of those who worked for a candidate, they're prone to have a significant positive correlation with the share of those who voted for this candidate in the neighboring regions. So spatial autocorrelation there is. And if this is so, then the structure of the spatial positioning, along with other factors, if it's autocorrelation, we're not taking other factors like ethnic composition, for example, but the structure of space as such can have an independent impact on the electoral process. This is a hypothesis we're going to prove. How can it be operationalized mathematically? So this is rather a bit empirical, but we'll try. Ukrainian case, we have citizens of Lvov and Donetsk. They have different composition and they have different electoral results. So let's empirically imagine that citizens of Donetsk migrate to Western Ukraine and citizens of Lvov, including take all their characteristics and their attitude to Russian language, they move to the Eastern Ukraine. So if this factor had an impact and the space didn't have an impact, then we would have gotten the same results, but vice versa. So East would have voted as an anti-Russian and West pro-Russian. But we know that it's not going to happen, that citizens of Lviv moving to east of Ukraine, they would find themselves in different surroundings. They would start talking to other people. They would start impacting their point of view, and the percentage would change. And it would be the same would be true if Donetsk citizens, God forbid, would go to the Western Ukraine. So if we prove that, and intuitively it seems so, and we're going to prove that it is so, then, along with other factors, space has a separate impact which should be measured and analyzed. And this is done using the indicators of spatial autocorrelation. This is the voting for Donald Trump in 2016, and this is the map across the counties in the United States. And it's well known that there is differentiation. The shoreline is more democratic. The center of the country is more conservative, voting more for Republicans, and it's visible here. And we use such a parameter as a spatial lag. Now, spatial lag, or average value as per neighbors. So this is a classic indicator from the physical geography. For example, they try to draw a line of relief or the sea bottom. They use the dots to calculate a spatial lag and get isolines, which show average values. So if we use the spatial lag in each cell, would be showing not the value of Trump results, but this value plus average value in the neighboring cells. Then the result would be this map of depths of Trumpism, or heights of Trumpism, as you like, which would give us a more precise, gradual strengthening of this phenomenon. On the first map, it was less visible, and here it's quite clear how the center of country votes for Trump. And it shows how it happens stage by stage. So it is the precise reflection of the neighboring effect. So this spatial autocorrelation has a drawback. This is a diagram of spatial autocorrelation. On x-axis Trump votes, and y-axis that's votes for Trump in the neighboring regions. And this is classic correlation dependence. It's linear in nature. We see it's Moran's index that is used. So there is a certain dependence here. We cannot yet say what is the share of space here, and maybe it is explained by different differentiation, a socioeconomic differentiation, which leads to that, and that's a bit later. And moreover, this overall number, it's 0.6 here. In order to compare it with the Pearson index, it needs to be squared. It needs to be in the power of 2. And we see that it's different in different quadrants here. Top right, there is a more dense dependence, and where people vote for Trump, the neighbors vote more for Trump as well. Another flank, Democratic one, top bottom left. That's where the picture is different. So it's more, this dependency is lower. So this shows where this dependency is stronger or weaker, and to this end, and so this is local spatial correlation. And here we see the 4 clusters. The red one, there was this square, and is showing where we're statistically sure about the regions. So these are the regions which are, there is a spatial dependency of how people vote depending on who their neighbors are. And what we get are other interesting elements of the analysis, and this is what happened in the 3rd and 4th quarter. These are the so-called exceptions. So this is the city, and it would be logical to suggest that they should vote for Trump, but the support was low. For example, Austin, Texas, and the capitals of those Texas states, they're Democratic, and vice versa. Regions which are surrounded by Democratic counties, but they do not demonstrate their dependency. So those exceptions exist as well. So this is how we can measure and put on the map this differentiation of the space and break these types of clusters and identify these types of clusters. The final step which remains is to try use an aggregate of factors which are spatially differentiated. We can try to analyze the structure of space, and we've done it in the following way. 2 regression models were used. This is final slide. We were looking for integers for variables which explain the voting for Trump, and we identified 2 variables: the share of white population and the share of educated. So a share of white people in plus and education. So the combination of these factors, the more white population without higher education, the higher the support for Trump. These 2 factors gave us a 0.5 as in the regression model. Not too much, but we needed to look for other factors which would help explain. And once we were looking for other factors, they didn't change the picture radically. But once we added spatial lag into this regression model, and it's on the right here, the spatial lag, so the average value for the neighbors. So we got this spatial autoregression. Then the explanatory power of the model increased to 73, as you see. That's very significantly. So had we ignored this factor, looked for others, we wouldn't have understood what it explains. So spatial factors and the structure of space and the structure of neighbors and is a standalone factor which has a significant impact. Well, we can't say exact percentage, but still we can say that a standalone significant impact on how this voting took place. And once again, it's just an example. It can be, and voting was taken as example, but you can use in other domains. And there is great potential with convergence with mathematical statistics, including spatial statistics. Then it can be used in programming, in developing for the information systems, which have to do with spatial statistical analysis. Because the existing systems, they have a different focus. And this is another method in the storage of methods which are used in social sciences. So this is method of spatial analysis, or a method of spatial and statistical analysis. So we be happy to cooperate, and I'm ready to answer questions. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, round of applause for our speaker. Are there any short questions? Very well. No questions, then thank you once again. And we move on, and the next presentation is Master Plan, is a modern interdisciplinary approach to the urban development. The speaker is Moisey Alexandrovich Furshik, PhD in economics, managing partner of the financial and organizational consulting company, head of the expert council on industrial policy of the RSPP Committee on Industrial Policy and Technical Regulation. Please welcome. Good day, and I would like to focus on procedural issues which have to do with the implementation of large interdisciplinary projects. And we take urban planning here, urban development here as an example. As we all know, a modern city is a complex system which consists of different sectors and components, and correspondingly planning requires a wide spectrum of specialists in order to cover various spheres, which are shown here on the slide. And now, what is the problem of this planning? If we look at the classical approach, the key thing, and it dates back to the Soviet Union, for urban planning, there's a number of documents which have been developed, and each of them is in the sphere of responsibility of different specialists. The two key ones is the strategy for socioeconomic development and the master plan. Now, the strategy is usually the priority for economists and sociologists. Master plan, these are architects and engineers. And a standard situation when these documents are developed by different teams in different time frame, and there are a lot of contradictions there. Logically, it would seem logical to develop strategy first, and then on its basis, a master plan is developed with spatial attachments and so on. But it never happens. In reality, architects and engineers who are working on the master plan, they usually say, well, we don't care what economists have planned. They don't understand anything in what we do. They know nothing about infrastructure and how urban functions are distributed. So we know better, and let them change their strategy once we do our job. Another argument here is that these processes, they take place in different time frame, in different years, and another argument here is that the situations changed. That's why we're not going to look into the document which was drafted a long time ago. And to make a situation worse, these documents are not the only ones, as there are municipal programs and there are plans for integrated development of particular parts of infrastructure. And for certain territories and lands, there are planning projects, and correspondingly, each component, it is usually developed by a different group of specialists who have their own vision, and they do not quite consider how can it be combined with other documents. So there is an alternative when building this system, which is created chaotically. So there are usually two options. Either there is a set of documents which contradict to a great extent with each other, or there is a considerable part of documents which are empty. So in order to create them and not to complicate the approval processes, people try to not to add specific content to avoid any contradictions, but then the question, what's their use at all? So what's becoming more popular today is a different system, and I would like to focus on that. And to a great extent, it borrows foreign experience when there is one top document, master plan, which includes all the aspects of urban development at a high level. So it includes the economic strategy and the spatial development aspects, which are typical for the general plan. And this is the baseline document, and all other documents they're developed taking this document into account. That's why it's called master plan. Of course, there are no miracles, and if we simply change the name or create a new document, the problem of intersectoral coordination will not go anywhere. It will simply shift from approval, finding approval between different projects. It will go inside the master plan. So this process becomes more complicated, but still it is going to be more efficient once you combine all the verifications and the teams within one document. And I'll show why it's efficient. Now, overall, the development of master plan is not just an office job, as slide shows. Apart from analytical work and the forecasting specialists, there are quite active things aimed at external world, and that's interaction with the residents and receiving feedback and working on mechanisms of subsequent implementation and building organizational structures for subsequent work. The first step here is the analysis, and on the slide it's been shown that the analysis is done in a very profound way and following different aspects, and there is a special distribution of people, characteristics of the buildings, and the analysis is done for all types of infrastructure. And if this is a serious city, then there are serious mathematical methods that are added. It is work with big data and forecasting of transportation flows, for example. So the analysis is quite a profound one and includes various aspects. But now at this stage, in our view, there shouldn't be major problems in terms of interdisciplinary interaction, because every group analyzes its area of expertise, and if there is a need, they can see what results other groups have. Of course, it's integrated and the priorities are set, but this is not a very difficult coordination. So the stage of analysis is easier from the point of view of interaction, but what happens next, then it's a more challenging story when specific results and ideas are being worked on. This is a bird-eye view picture of a standard sequence of actions, and not all elements which included the master planning are included here. So it's just an illustration to demonstrate an important chain of events which illustrates this interdisciplinary coordination, and key groups of specialists are indicated here, which work together during master planning and working separately in classic. Sociologists, economists, engineers, architects. So for groups, that's for simplicity's sake. Of course, in reality, it's more sophisticated. There are ecologists and economists can be in different type, different groups. So there are those who know more about social sphere or industry, or the mathematical economists who create financial models and deal with the budget. And there are engineers for transport and construction or utilities. But overall, at the very general level, this is what the scheme looked like. And the idea here, the main idea here, is then we see first the transitions between different groups. For example, sociologists first identify the problem of the needs of the citizens. The economists create conceptual decisions, and based on the concept, they create an initial set of projects, and those projects, they need to be attached to a certain location in the city, and that's the job of the architects. And the project requires infrastructure. You need understanding how to connect to the networks, transport, and so on. And this is more for engineers. So then this question goes back to the economists, and they look at how much money there is. They create the budget and finance model, and as a rule, it turns out that the resources, whether it's money or human resources, are not enough to cover everything that they wanted. And then, depending on the priorities, they set the priorities, and then at the next stage, engineers and architects, they work on engineering spatial issues in more detail. Now, in cases and why master plan is good, and why it is good to join these processes within one process and document. So when this process goes back, as the cycle repeats, then these iterations to return it from engineers to economists, it's not possible. But if it's done within one project, then this return is possible. And the return can happen not just as part of this chain, when it goes from one block to another, to yet another. The practice shows that even within this sequence that's demonstrated, there are steps back. For example, they worked on a set of projects, and then they demonstrated to the customer, to the city, and the city says, or the citizens say, no, we don't want that, and they roll back following that sequence. They roll back a stage or two, and the process is adjusted. Now, one can see here that this sequence is rather long, so serious coordination is required. Otherwise, it can continue and can endlessly. And the situation having to do with interdisciplinary coordination is even more sophisticated than on the previous slide. So it's not just a step-by-step sequential sequence. They do then pass on, then on. But apart from these sequential steps, when it results in transfer from one discipline to another, within these squares, there are tasks which has to be done on a collective basis. For example, it's been integrated, and yes, it's a request from sociologists, but in order for the questionnaire to be filled in correctly, they need help from economists, or there is this block with a preliminary work on infrastructural issues, and engineers should be responsible for that. But as practice shows, you cannot just give them this question to them alone, because cost assessment for infrastructure, for example, engineers with their approach, they will make a calculation which will take a long time. It will be at high cost, but still it's preliminary assessment, and it needs to be changed later on. So the economists can do this job faster and cheaper, but they need certain characteristics from engineers, characteristics for this facility. So architects and ecologists here at the infrastructure stage, they are needed because they can foresee or determine certain limitations regarding the zones and other factors. So it's not just a linear sequence, but there are tasks within the groups of specialists which require certain interaction. And within such a complex system, there is the entire spectrum of problems which can be encountered, and they are of organizational nature. These problems are demonstrated on the slide. Most obvious one is that at each step, when decisions need to be made, there is a question who is in charge. And the biggest discussion was on conceptual issues, of course. Everyone wants to push through their own point of view. But as far as technical issues are concerned, usually there are a few disputes because people don't want to step into the area of expertise which is not theirs. Now, adequate allocation of resources is needed. Otherwise, one team might slow down the entire process if they are under-resourced. Then there are gray areas, meaning that you cannot forecast everything, and there are questions which needed to be resolved and not quite easy to understand who is responsible for that because they emerge at the interface of different disciplines. And purely technical things from the point of view of communication and citizens, etc., there is like a big meeting. And when there is such an intersectoral project, it's very seldom that one person from the contractor is knowledgeable about every particular issue. So you need to gather people together so that people could speak in for their area of expertise, and organizationally it might be difficult. So how these questions are addressed structurally, from what our experience show, in our view, it's best if we take this organizational structure as a basis, and this refers not just to master plan or urban development, but back in the day, I was dealing with other things in Svyaz-Invest, which is now Rostelecom. We merged about 80 companies there and performed reorganization where 300,000 people were working. And those are the same intersectoral questions. And what's also important is creation of a coordination structure, which would be similar to what is shown here. So a key figure here is definitely the project manager, and the project manager should be knowledgeable as a specialist in a particular topic, and a certain level of erudition is needed so that a person could at least understand what's being done and how consolidated solutions are made. But from our experience, it is worth creating a management committee, and especially if several companies are stakeholders of the project. So this committee should include the representatives of top managers of those companies. So because sometimes there are needs for additional resources, human resources or financial. and this is more of a top-level decision, or there are difficulties with the customer, or at the top level with the federation or region. So the status of project manager might not be enough. And under the project manager, it's classic that there is a team. Each member is responsible for a particular discipline, and working communication between them are important. So they communicate between each other, otherwise it will drag on. And there is also a point, apart from having fixed teams per discipline, to have a dedicated, narrow-focused experts, which sometimes might be necessary, depending on the focus and the dominant industry in the city, for example, and especially a specialist for this type of industry might be needed, which starts working, well, part-time at a certain stage only, where very highly specialized knowledge is needed. And summing up, I would like to say that in these projects, large interdisciplinary projects, from our experience, on the one hand, it is important. What's important is regulation and planning and various schedules and graphs. But what's also important is human factor, because there are a lot of things happen which were not planned in advance, and communication is key, and the teamwork sometimes is more important than technical skills. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, let's welcome the keynote speaker.
Yes, thank you, dear colleague. And please explain that the general plan is a strategic document. That is obvious. That's for 30 years. And in your understanding, it looks like a tactical document, and it is actually on the level, it's above the general plan. So what is this regional, what is the regional foreign experience that you are basing it on? The foreign experience from abroad that is not the interaction of general plan and master plan. In the majority of countries, there is just the next step straight away, and in many they don't have a general plan, and the essence of interaction here, the general plan, is the more of a longer term document, but it is regularly corrected, and the general plan is a heavy technical document that citizens and business, and they don't always perceive it correctly. And the general master plan is about 10 years. Is the basic things are being put in there, and the practice demonstrates that if the contract is for the development of master plan, there's one of the sections there gives the suggestions for the correction of the general plan. So the general plan is the strategic document, which is in legislation, for example, is reflected and built in, and then there are practical skills, there are practical abilities that you can go from the conceptual shorter document to the general plan towards is more effective. Colleagues, questions? If there are no questions, then I understand there are no questions. Then once again, thank you to our speaker. Give him a round of applause. And yes, we're going to carry on. And the next one is next lecture is this is Vladimir Kornilovich, doctor in sociology, director and scientific supervisor of the State Strategic Management Program, the Institute of Public Administration and Civil Service for Russian Presidential Academy of National Economy and Public Administration. And while he's getting ready, his program is the interdisciplinary that joins the state, the municipal, and sociology, management and sociology, the social complexity and cognitive complexity of the public administration, of public strategic administration. governmental strategic administration. So the topic that is to do with the most urgent strategic management governance issues that lead to consequences of disbalancing and in social, cultural, and technological development. And many projects implemented, including digital projects, they lead to the destruction of social cohesion. And there's got to be 2 points here have to be reflected: social cohesion, social integrity. That is the very complex system, society. So we have to have the theoretical basics, concept, and methods of study and how we describe it, and we have to explain how social whole starts moving, what processes are manageable by transformation, the development. For the strategical governance is understanding the consequences. What would happen if we implement this? What would happen if we stimulate that, encourage that? So social cultural changes, for instance, and this representation, we're trying to construct this system of state strategic state governance. And the goal for the academia of the science is practices of governance and natural processes of life of the society. So there are 2 parts: the society and the opportunity for the analytical, informational of activity of authorities, state authorities and structures, which would drive the purposeful change of the society where social cohesion doesn't suffer. So how do I make it move? Yeah, that works. And first, we start with from a geotropical picture of the world, when a system gives us rules and structure and a self-organization that shows us mechanisms for the self-development of the societal system. Society system. The paradigm here is a sociological paradigm. This is constructivist, and we have to understand that the management, that governance, is not viewed as management in cybernetic. The manager and the managee, that is the governor and the governee. This is the result of the second order of social self-organization. As a result of internal properties of social cohesion, first there is the rules, institutions, organizations, and then social institutes and norms and values mechanisms. So the direction is the collective event of a life of the society. So we have 2 of order 1 is spontaneous social processes, and this is the collective thing, and management governance. And here we can provide we can ensure the operational closeness. So the one system is state, the government or the region, and social cohesion amongst other similar systems. This is the key conditions. So we have to introduce a number of notions to this is the fractal sizability. And when we understand that how the many is aiming at the unification, then the unified aims at the many similarities, and the fractal recursive mechanism of development from what's achieved. So direct hierarchical, taking into account the territorial subdivisions. Even if the public authority is unified, it doesn't actually work. And then all the decisions, all the managerial impact is mediated by the state of the region or municipality. And there are methods, Lapin's method, the level of modernization of the region. So here I saw a number of methods that we could use for the assessment of the state of the region, and the decisions of what methods of the regulations would be available and lead to the changes that we need to keep the process in the manageability range. And here it doesn't actually move forward now. Yeah, now it's going. All right, good. So there is this number of starting points here. Manageability, social, economic, and technological process depends on of the format of the process, transformation and development. And transformation is the growth of social changes that we can regulate through stimulating and through the feedback. So stemming it, for example, the development processes that is a discrete process of getting the system into a different state, and then after the transformation, after the change, the process of the new transformation, or adapting the system to the new realities, new conditions, establishing new structure, and talking about the process is manageable if the state authority, bodies of state authorities, they plan the change, they set parameters of social processes, they keep them within the manageability range, and that they manage change and the results of these changes. And when planning, they develop the changes and the model of management of managing the results. How can it all be seen in reality? The structure of strategic government includes a number of subjects with a sign of subjectivity, or these are the bodies of authority, and research centers, or the law number 172 can provide, can cover the interaction between the practical activities, the strategy, the predictions. It doesn't, it's not a part of the authority, part of the purview of bodies of authority. And then there is a special infrastructure, the situation centers system that could use the technology, big data technology, and distributed expert groups, the group decisions of governance problems and interaction and interconnectedness with science, population, people now act as a subject, but at the moment it is accepted as a partner or as the subject of management. If there is partnership, this is the mechanism of interaction. This is public hearing, public discussion, and really the population or the activity of population, of the population being active or involved or not involved in projects. This is a very subjective factor. So the movement of masses, that is a subjective factor in governance, and that is the factor that shows the ability of bodies of authority to implement certain projects. Some projects they crash and some work, some run, and the socially important results we don't get through the activity or inactivity of the population en masse. And here, this is the Roman club. And this is the nearest development zones in the population, and it looks like it's at the level of the week or the nearest time through the reforms in Russia. We got our people into the similar situation. When I talk about the family, with the inability to acquire property, the mechanism not working for the property, or syncretism of they do not let people get through the longer future, and then you can get them out, and then they will be involved in long-term projects for the social development. What is this spontaneous social processes that manifested on the surface? These are the life plans of people as an intention for the future, expectations from the future. From your activities, the life strategy, and these activities of people. This is kind of behavioral review of a certain cohort of the people in the population, and then a preservation of your behavior, the strategy of achieving the goals when you achieve them or when you have stability. So why do we get this social strategizing? because typical models, the typicality of the model is established through the process of socialization. And the process of socialization, there are the norms of values are passed on, and the particular society approves of certain values, and that is where it says, so our plans, our activity, our aims are socially determined, and institutional regulation value by importing the values could change the character and the scale of the process and how these groups are established. We can tell you that in political science that is quite strong, and in election campaigns it is demonstrated, splitting the population to the supporters, opponents, and in the middle. And then when we look at the ones in the middle, it is not a gray mass that haven't decided. This is the most active group of the population who can actually set these processes in motion. And if we do the problematics of the situation, because the person is already achieving the personal goals and interaction of the structure of the culture society in order to implement their own life plan. And the problematization gives us a new cohesion, a new social community, where you have the supporters and opponents and the in-betweeners. And now we have the new formation that depends on the internal properties of the whole of the unified whole. This is planning and problematization, the personification of problem solutions. And when you realize tasks, when they interact, when a human being interrupts, when the social space here is the interacting subject. The social space here could be defined as the following the particular issue, or following the social institute structured by the social space. And then the person getting there, it sets the rules and resources for the development. The more the cultural range there in the process of socialization, the faster the person starts managing social space, and then the regulation happens at the level of social institutes, and the changing of the function of the value construct helps us to get the direction of the process, to mobilize the social resources and activity to achieve common goals. And based on modeling, this method, again, I developed it, of formalization of spontaneous social process. You can evaluate the sensitivity. For example, the NGO's activities, infrastructure, getting to certain elements, and urban development, or the increase of extracurricular work at school. How do people react to that? If we can model that, you can see how the social space will be constructed, their characteristics, how you can unite people, or how you can disintegrate the society. So this is one level of the social cohesion that is generated. The next form of sociality, social cohesion, is culture and social time. In the scale of a country, you can see it. This is social, and cultural, and language space in Russia, and Russian civilization that is fashionable. These are the fashionable terms, the norm and value, construct, codes, etc. However, Russian nationals is the title nation, and it's not only the Russians that set the parameter of society in the Russian Federation. So it could be the values or the basis, and but if you had just Russians, then it would not give us define what is this space, and it's not going to work, and it's not going to be serviceable, that concept. So in terms of governance, or management, there is a recursive mechanism for the development, and we need to synchronize the levels of management allowability, admissibility of certain changes and methods for regulation, and depending on what integrity has been built at the level of municipality, then the admissibility and the ability to use results initiated by the state authorities, talking about geopolitical change and political change that would happen as a result, and at the level of the country, preserving the unity of the Russian society. So please note the format of the expression. So the change of F theta, it's the level of modernization and social cultural condition of the region. So thus we synchronize the structure and the function of the body of state authority. Strategic governance, strategic management is the highest function of authorities, and with that, majority of documents of strategic management, strategic governance, they have to be liquidated. They have to be get rid of. And there's the Decree 63, Unified Methodology, Structure of Documents, and Synchronization of Strategies. At the regional level, what has to happen is the evaluation of opportunity assessment, and then use that as stimuli. At the level of municipality, it is again permissibility of innovations and working with the population in situ, etc. So for this system to work, have to have the data for modeling and including this science for the substantiation of every line of code that you're going to be reviewing. And here, in a hierarchical system, there was situations was introduced, and then the general cycle, general electoral cycle, politically, it, the documents for strategic planning. These are the depeches from from SIGN and from the Director General and from the head of the department, as well as the center coordinated by. So when the model is ready, then the managerial decisions are made. Then it is reduced at the regional level, and then the regional, it's where it is the procedure is repeated again at that level. So this is articulation of problems in management, establishment of the state order, a state request for our research centers, federal and Russian Academy of Sciences. Then there is data collection. Social technologies developed projects, and then these sessions for programming, the budget and the legal, and then on the outside what we get is the documents for strategic planning and organizational documents for state of authorities that they can read themselves. So that is, they do it. These and the key issue here is resolved. What has not been resolved since 1995. How do you use that in the practice of government? So taking connecting up the academics community in this flexible system, we transform the imperative knowledge to choice-giving education and knowledge. And in this case, we get theoretical substantiation on the model of state strategic management, strategic governance that should be fed all the time with the information and new realities, the models in life for the prediction, for the planning, So the Meta project is on of reforming a system of state strategic governance in Russia. So there is a network. We should establish a network. Is of research centers, not actually artificial, but acting. So it's not working interdisciplinary. It's not interdisciplinary. It works multidisciplinary, and the paradigm is set. And now with the tools of other sciences, we get results confirming the initial model and offering solutions. These are the spheres for study, and they are preliminary, and the social and humanitarian range here. There's impact has a bearing, so the technical people, and there's plenty to do for natural sciences. And what we have, it's not just interaction of people and nature. If we meet nature, we created. You have to study that. This is the impact on the real nature is indirect. So there will be Dubna development. There is a massive range of the use here, and this is the particular theory. This is a particular offer, particular suggestions to establish the centers for the strategic planning. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Questions? Please turn on the microphone and aim it at. Yeah, I just wanted to say the point for language security and language technologies. What do you mean by that? Language security, language safety, or language security. I showed the schematic to you where we have institutional forms and norms and values mechanism. So the notions that we are using, they start up certain processes. The ones that actually destroying it, on the other one is whether it will be difficult. And the picture of the world in a human when we pass this on, and the condition of the integrity. So if we talk about tolerance, so we say tolerance is good, and then the lessons at school, and everybody appeals to the resolution of the UN. And what happens in reality? Tolerance is that is tolerant. It is tolerating, accepting the other. It's accepting the other. This is a bad translation. So this one culture, another, third culture, and if we tolerate, if we accept others, we have segregation. If we get segregation, then the social control is reduced. If social control is reduced, the grannies are sitting there and then they would tell your parents that, oh, he was swearing, he was here, your son was misbehaving. That is disappearing. So there is external impact, external influence on, so directly. Without the social control, the approval of society, we get any subculture. The punks are there, and the African culture of the dreadlocks, etc. It's all there. The society cannot counter it. We are destroying ourselves. So the lingua security makes it possible to run this expertise of innovations, the technologies that we use. And then neuro-linguistic programming, of course, everybody is going really difficult to, we have to evaluate what it is that we start. And regarding the idea of some emotional questions asked, and was quite emotional, and when they were talking about the implementation of digital technologies at school, etc., you have to understand what would be the consequences after this project. And the peak of digitization, euphemisms come up, and like smart city or smart crowd. In reality, it doesn't exist. There is no smart city, there is no smart crowd, and this replacement is a substitution. It disorients people. Many scholars who have PhDs, it says smart city. This is just a monitoring system, that's all it is, and then your conclusions will correspond to what's happening. So thank you, thank you. Any more questions? Thank you very much.
So we'll be mixing the program slightly because some of the lecturers are not well, and some had to be present at a more important meeting. So the next presentation is Sergei Volodenko. Info capsules as key components of today's political internet communication. Doctor of Science in Political Sciences, professor in the Public Policy Department, academic supervisor of the Artificial Intelligence and Digital Technologies in Contemporary Politics Master's Program, member of the Science Division, the Expert Council of the Commission of the State Council of the Russian Federation, member of the Council at the Anti-Terrorist Center of the SAS, Moscow, Russia. And our good partner and friend. Please welcome the speaker. Thank you very much. I hope the slides are on the screen. Yes. Yes, and please make sure that you have chosen the Russian channel. I'll apologize for having to talk online. We have a Valdai club in Sochi, and if you don't have a headset, if you could speak closer to the mic, because otherwise the sound is off focus. Otherwise the sound is like in the cave. Well, it's with stalactites, whereas beautiful, but the volume is not a very good one. Yes, it's better, I think. Great, I'll try to speak louder and clearer, especially clearer. Yes, that matters. Thank you. So I would like to welcome what the previous speaker talked about, because I would like to talk about from the point of view of the political science about the values and meanings which are created in the cognition of a human being in the space of it's clear that the socialization sets the carcass, but communication in general, overall, transforms those structure, those framework throughout the life of human being. And I would like to start with the simple slide by Frank Webster, who said, we live in the world which was created by information. And that has been the case always, starting with the church and with today's and ending with the internet. And information flows, they define our understanding of the world, and even our socialization is the process of communication. And moving on from this statement, I would like to outline the key problems I'd like to talk about today. Most of the global resources, communication and digital resources today, they gather digital footprints of the users, and everyone knows about that. Any social network, browsers, digital beacons, and on the basis of those digital footprints, there is potential to target information and create and target specific human beings, not just the group, but specific human being to form the certain worldview. And what we know from theory, what's real about how you how you perceive the world is real on the behavioral level. So human being will behave depending on the understanding of the world that's been formed. So, and this understanding of the world can be targeted, and digital information has tremendous potential here through digital footprint. And one should talk about not just about specific targeting, but also information and propaganda campaigns, which take into account the specifics of perception, the specific of expectation, the specifics of structural and information flow. So it's Kaczynski, whom we all know, said that that in the network media we share a huge volume of data, leaving a lot of digital footprint, and it makes it possible to determine our political views and religious convictions and specifics of personality, which is by all means a resource for information and communication targeting and impact. And it might seem it is obvious, but I have put it on the screen. Even a small number of likes on Facebook, just likes, is enough to determine with high degree of probability to determine serious parameters of an individual in the digital space, and these can be used further on for targeting and communication work, which was done in the 2016 during the presidential elections, and it was done during voting when Brexit took place, and in a number of other cases as well. Now, what draws attention here, the personal devices of users, tablets and phones, that all becomes a source of digital data, digital footprint, which are used to create digital user profiles, on the basis of which at the later stage targeting and digital impact is effected without any consent from the user side. So the personal devices are used, which we bought without money. They are the source of digital data. And it has been mentioned by the previous speaker. It's about the smart city and the smart devices and smart city. This is a system to track and the users to generate information about preferences, and it does create certain challenges, even threats for public development. And in that respect, I am a certain cyber skeptic with respect to how digital technology is going to develop the public development of this socium. So we're talking about structuring information and communication flows for every particular individual, not just social groups or societies, as it used to be in as it is accepted in classical sociology, which is oriented towards homogenic social groups. Homogeneity is no longer actual today because digital technologies of tracking and analysis of digital algorithm, they allow to create individualized information communication flows to impact the cognition of a particular individual. And here I would like to talk about the info capsules and value capsules. If we're talking about adapting the meanings to a particular individual, if we talk about coordination of targeting, then the efficiency, the efficacy of such targeted impact, information communication impact, the efficiency increases significantly. What can it be used for? It can be used for good things, but we understand that the temptations to use the technologies to control the society, they make it possible to recall the law of the variability of HB systems. One variability can be divided by another variability. So the subject either increases its own variability, or as the practice shows, and this is a more widespread scenario, the subject tries to reduce the variability of the object of control. So in this case, we talk about user groups of people. How can this variability be limited? And these are the limiting models of socio-political reality. Yes, they are adapted to the specifics of perception of the object. And yes, the value and codes and behavioral aspects, they are adapted to those, but those explanatory models, they are limited. They reduce variability. And if we talk about analysis of digital profiles of the user, today, no one prohibits, and it's quite possible to use personified models of consumption of digital information and creation. It can help, it's possible to create individualized worlds. So creating individual digital capsules where a specific user receives adapted models which are adapted to specific preference and expectation. At the same time, they're limited. They describe only specific process and phenomena and facts of reality, and they provide proper interpretation of those processes. This infocapsulation makes it possible to impose certain ideas and create operations which might seem to deal with, but at the other hand, they create limited models of values and behaviors, which is a challenge for modern society. This is the how I defined infocapsules. This is a information and digital structure, and within it there are ideas and opinions that circulate within it, but they do not change the critical comprehension point. And within this capsule, they simply preserved, they're self-sustaining, they consolidated, and they grow stronger through discussions and approvals. And these are the value components which are necessary to build proper worldview models. And today, if we talk about the digital space, as the analysis of practice shows, the information communication work, it is there to endorse and support the functioning of infocapsules, which are necessary to work with the senses in mass audience. Political masses, first of all, yes, but can be others, economic and social senses, meanings, and any other. And the competition between infocapsules is there. And if we talk about a global digital environment, we can talk about competition between beneficiaries of infocapsulation, which make attempts to promote their own codes of meaning in the network medium. No doubtly, we know about network communities and news periodicals which capsulate a person by limiting the news and they use algorithms to show only particular information. This is the real practice of today. Now, what about the future? I think that in future, the infocapsulation practice will only expand by the digital technologies growing, and there will be the enhancement of mechanisms and targeting of personalization of the network content. The technologies are improving, and the information flows are becoming more and more individualized. There is individual targeting, which is becoming more technically expedient, technically and economically, because becomes not so expensive, and the expansion of the number of personalized capsules and their impact will only grow stronger. Now, what can be said here? What's the conclusion about the world of the future? The world is becoming more predictable, and it means more controllable because it's more limited informationally. If the picture is limited, it's easier to control the mind. And predictability, for who? For those who control the levers of communication, who control information flows, and at the same time, it's not a predictability from the point of view of consumer of the information and the standard of a human being. It's predictable only from the point of view of those who control information and communication flows. Correspondingly, the beneficiary here is the system, and it is also coincidental without any cause and effect relationship from the side of a human being. And this encapsulation is not visible for a person who does not have a critical thinking. And if in the past this control was clear and visible, then today it becomes invisible through this targeting on the basis of analysis of individual specifics of people. Ashana Zubov, author of the concept of supervised capitalism or tracking capitalism, he said that today the resource is human experience, which can be monetized. That's human experience. Markets are globalized and structured, and capitalism cannot develop further on because capitalism it's in the basis is the expansion of the market, but Earth is globalized already, and markets has been divided and structured. And as Zubov said, we are in 21st century, and we've entered it with social Soviet inequality, and the beneficiaries with big data and digital footprints, they know more about us than about themselves, than about them or themselves. And this is a form of inequality. And here, I would like to say several words about the AI and self-learning neural networks, because within the encapsulation they pose interest. First of all, because there are abilities that you created today to create actants and they have communication with real people in automatic mode, again based on the analysis of digital footprints. So it helps adapt information message to a specific user at whom this information communication influence is directed at. Again, on the basis of existing algorithm in the automatic mode, and knowing the specific of perception and specific of subjective comprehension of the reality, and take into account the structure and the model of the system of values, then the efficacy of such information impact grows multifold, and the understandings and behavioral patterns, they become the object of automatic control on the basis of algorithms which operate with the digital footprints of the users. And in my view, this is a serious challenge in the general political domain. And the problem here is that simulating the user, it can be a representation of a real user, but it can also be a simulation of the user like me. And because digital communications are trusted more than traditional mass media, for one reason, I'm reading an opinion of people close to me, and the opinion in the digital media becomes more significant than the original message. So opinion lords, that's a collision of opinions. Working with opinions today is more significant in terms of promoting a certain cultural and ideological codes rather than the content of the original message. So if we create hundreds of millions and hundreds of thousands of identities like me, which are simulated, again, this is a serious technological challenge in the political domain. Shungurli, and I'm sure some of you know him, that's the Quid company, and interest quote in 2015. The artificial intelligence and learning algorithms will make it practically impossible to tell the difference between robots and human beings, and we already witness automated propaganda bots where profiles are not controlled by operators. There is generation of news content which doesn't differ from content generated by people, and it will be used to impact on every particular person to change the social and cultural and worldview affirmations, and the next level change how people act. And I will show just a short example. Hacker News, popular forum where they use GPT-3 to carry out an experiment. Many probably know about this experiment. This article is generated, but no one explains that this is computer generated. Top right, it reaches top in the news, and 26 people read it, and only one person doubts that this post is written by a living human being. He shares this doubt, and then he gets a bullying in response that it's a violation of ethics of the community, that there's ungrounded suspicion towards the author. So a person who raises doubt, he is judged by the community because he dare not to trust. So they had to stop the experiment, and the author publicly said that it wasn't him who wrote it, but it was neural network. So please leave this critique alone and stop bullying. This is wrong. And this is what's confirmed. There is, you can't tell the difference between automatically generated text and people generated text. And hence the question can be asked, if we can suggest digital contact from simulated users, how can a person stay independent in choosing digital contact to consume information? How can we tell the difference between natural information from artificial information? Who is going to make a choice regarding what to read? Because the news, how they're presented to us, is an algorithm. What capability will we have to choose independently to the information sources independently in future? And these are info capsules which are generated on basis of algorithms automatically, and they can promote certain content to shape up the agenda, to control the relevancy of events, and shape up the worldview systems, which, if necessary, they can destroy the social unity, and they create a set of dispersed individuals which are not connected with us with common values or ideas, which is the basis for stable socium. So the loss of competence and awareness-based work with information, this is one of the scenarios which can be added to the challenges of socio-political development. And this is the slide Eric Schmidt, who is ex-executive director of Google. He quite long ago, he said, people are not interested in searching for information on their own. Most of the people do not want Google to answer their questions. Most of the people want instructions from Google. They want Google to tell them what to do and give simple instructions, entertaining instructions, what to do to be rich, healthy, etc. So coming back to the previous slide, a considerable reduction in the impact on people in choosing information. They is exacerbated by the fact that people do not want to find information on their own, because laziness is the factor that moves progress. Yes, people want instructions regarding what to do. They want simple explanatory models. And Facebook and Google today, they use the algorithms to shape up these capsules, and that includes references which are suggested by Google using closed algorithm. And such capsulation has a very powerful manipulative potential in the digital space of communication, and it can allow this to distort the picture of political reality. And Hannah Arendt said that the force of propaganda is in its ability to deviate masses from the real world. And in such information flows, which are automated, the deviation of cognition from the real world technologically, it's not a big problem. And if we talk about automatic info capsulation of individual on the basis of creation of personalized or group, if you don't like individualized, it can be group capsules, targeted capsules. It doesn't change the meaning. The groups can be anything. So the creation of these media cocoons just exacerbates the problem. And these information shells around the individuals, around the groups, they create the need, the necessity of limited understanding of the global picture. And that leads to the destruction of social connections and defragmentation of those societies and connections, because each of the groups and individuals, they potentially can get contradictory worldview pictures and value and meaning codes, and that is done automatically. So what's important, we can get in reality a positive feedback. That's this closed loop information framework on the basis using the algorithms, and on the basis of the communication, we get personalized targeted information, and then through our personal devices, we give feedback about our personal reactions to the information that's been released, whether we liked it or not, how long we watched it, whether we liked it or retweeted it or shared it, and hence we give information to correct this impact. And again, following the new loop, we'll get more targeted and personalized information and give feedback. So a positive feedback where such information capsule is honed, where information is becoming more and more effective, and it's extraterritorial. And in this case, you can criticize me or treat me differently, but in many respects, I endorse the creation of autonomous RUNET only in case if it's not just a political job, but technologically we can ensure that there is no territorial capsulation from the outside. And by all means, in this case, if we move on, we'll see that another challenge is the possible loss of subjectivity in choosing the information. So who is going to choose the flow? Who is going to choose the news? Who is going to choose the capsule? And this results in reduction of the possibilities of individual in the process of cognition of the world and objective perception of reality. Although in my view, it's not possible. And it results in reduction in the capability of person to perceive the world around critically, because the information comes in using the language which is used to think, and psycholinguistics can be involved here at the level of language and codes a person adheres to or believes which are important. If we're talking on that language in a wider sense, then in this case, by all means, what objective reality, what models of the world can we talk about, which are formed by a person independently using political contemplation. And that results in a reduction of the socium, because communication with the individual based on the digital profiles, it can result in this positive feedback, which I talked about during the previous scenario. And summing up, what can be said here, establishing the public opinion effect in automatic mode, I think is possible to achieve technologically, and analyzing social political phenomena and develop collective meanings online using digital octants, it's possible technologically. And info capsulation by the type of content, by the type of creating imaginary characters which are endorsed in the information space or suppress certain ideas, it's technologically possible. So the question here is of political nature. So how technologies are going to be used in future? And I would like to finish by the words of Benjamin Barber, a popular article from 1998 about 3 scenarios. of technological revolution. So if we measure power but the potential of monopoly and control over information, it's not necessarily state governance. It's obvious that new technology can become a very hazardous aid of tyranny. We heard about digital concentration camps or digital panopticums. I don't want to exacerbate that, but back in the 1998, Barber wrote about it. And if there is no intentional maluse and misuse and malpractice from the government, this technological potential can limit our freedom to choose information, and it can be an attempt on private life and damage to our political equality, because what's created today are data classes. One can gather information, others can analyze it using algorithms, still others can use it in government, in control processes in various spheres. And there are data classes who generate this information, and it is used to control those. So I will agree that data classes and dividing people into digital classes today is a potentially possible scenario of political development. And there is no more hazardous tyranny than the invisible one, because many soft tyranny, where is it? This capsulation is not noticeable and the subject because a co-participant of its own enslavement, their own enslavement. It was not intentional, but the circumstances just folded that way. And of course, it's a destruction to democracy, not necessarily destruction to democracy or socio-political development, but we cannot ignore this potential of digital dominance. So I would like to complete my presentation, and thank you for the attention. Thank you very much. If you could repeat the question. In the information domain, apart from what you've described, apart from info capsulation, there is the process of creation of digital ecosystems. But in the first case, it's about information. In the second case, it's economic relationships, which are money-based. So what's going to win? Information capsulation or the differentiation of people within ecosystems? Thank you for the question. It's an interesting one, and I believe that one area does not exclude the other. And in my view, they will complete each other, because politics and economy, they cannot be separated from each other, and creating a model of economic behavior, including the work with the worldview, that's one of the areas. The same is true about ecosystems, which can extract profit and be used as part of the control processes involving the tools of information capsulation. They can ensure the efficacy of these types of systems. So I believe that with a great extent of probability they will interact with each other and not exclude each other. Most likely, there will be competition between the ecosystems, information capsules, between the ecosystems, and they will be mutually completing each other. I hope I have answered the question. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any more questions? Colleagues, thank you. Sergey, please welcome the speaker once again. And we have changes in the agenda, and due to objective reasons,
I'm gonna tell you now. So we Prakazina, we don't have Prakazina any. Natalia Vasilyevna is not going to be talking today. Maybe another day. So she was made an offer she couldn't refuse, and now we have possibly today Rasiyeva is not going to be talking. So now there are two. Literally one stemming from another lectures, and so there's two of them. This is a cross digital communication. So this is Gubanov and Agurtsov and Gavrilchenko, Kursk, this representation of the image of the digital future in the space of public communications. One of these the master students, and the fourth one, this is the postgraduate from Belgrade University. And before that, there will be a group of colleagues. That is Vitaly Zotov, doctor in sociology, professor, myself, Grigory Konson, Volodenkov, who was just talking right now, and Oleg Gurov. Is the kind of science of philosophy, associate professor of the philosophy, state of humanities, and of Moscow State University. He works as well. I was an opponent in his philosophy candidate dissertation about just over a year ago. We are talking as a part of the project representation of the digital future. This was the ministry that was together with the IEC, and these intellectual markers of representation of the digital future in public conscience. And so this is the system that was our here. So the Professor Zotov, please give him a round of applause. So please, we'll just quickly, our groups will represent this. You can give him a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you, Grigory Rafael. So now the topic, the subject is intellectual markers of representation of digital future in social consciousness. And as far as I understand, that works. And first of all, I wanted to say that there are certain sociological data I wanted to quote, and based on this sociological data, then I'm going to be talking about intellectual markers. And the thing is that if we set a question, ask a question, how do you see the digital future of the humanity? And it's quite interesting picture that we have, that most the significant parts amongst young people who see it positive, and people who are older, as a rule, they see this, the digital future of Russia, they see as more problematic, and there is a certain uncertainty, there is uncertainty that this digital future will be good. And let us try to understand what kind of terminology that we have digital future described in order to describe, delineate this process, this intellectual, and there is a marker. The marker, there is a certain marker, and intellectual, as well as to do with rational. It's also, there is another stress here, another emphasis, which is a certain adaptive ability to adapt to certain conditions. And now we are talking about the new reality that is emerging, getting used to that, adapting to that. And in order to get used to that, we have the certain notion and apparatus and intellectual marker. This is the word or a phrase that is introduced in order to describe the contemporary situation to do with the introduction of digital technologies in various spheres of life and production. And so these markers are some of the notions that describe our digital notions. They are listed here, and one of them here, these yellows, it's no social network, social media, and that will help us follow some the key basic notion which other markers could be viewed, measured against, and how they're reflected in the social consciousness. And through the digital transformation, all these notions are used, and they are in everyday work, in the mass media, in public speaking. So the first two components, the academic publications and our social conscious, and Gubanov with his team, they show it based on the mass media. So the familiarity of a contemporary population with these notions. Then we will see that here, this is represented here, that to a larger extent, that is in social media, social networks, a virtual assistant, for example. This is the options of answers, so they could explain. Can you tell us what they are and how they function? And the most of the population, they can explain these phenomena, and they could tell you about it. And least of all is digital ecosystem, smart city, robototechnics. About 25% of the digital ecosystems, they have no idea what it is, what this notion is. And in principle, we use these notions, and all the time we describe our digital reality with these notions. And here we can see that the population, in principle, they don't have a clear understanding of what these words actually contain, what hides behind these words. And these notions, some of these notions, they are used and they every day, but they have not been explained. And there is these people who said that we don't want to answer, or they say it's difficult for them to answer. Then, if we look at now, this is the survey that we're doing with the Russian Society of Sociology. This is the similar question there, which is to do that is with the students, and now a kind of advanced part of the population. This is in digital sense, a sense of digitization, and the picture does not change here. Even in this cohort, about 14 people cannot explain what smart city is, what digital ecosystem is, and the social network they do understand, and they can explain, they can tell you about it, they can interpret it, they can describe it. So 55%. And if then we try to represent these, I'm so sorry, let's go back. At the bottom here, index of mastering digital technology, of mastering this. So this is the dotted line. This is difference between the first two shades of green and the last answers. In the first time, it's summed up, and it is subtracted in the second case in order to understand general dynamics. So these things, this is how it's calculated. So let's go back to this slide, and here 3 groups of respondents are represented here. based on two surveys. This is the entire set of population. Then it's students, and the third one is students who are learning maths and natural sciences. And so this is the profile where people who are developing all these things, this is where they study, this is where they learn how to do it. And if you look here, it is much higher, but nevertheless, it's still at the level. This is the indicator is about 20, point 20. And here on this corner here, there's two things. And that if we have 70%, they could know, and then 20 is only general notion. So then we have, I am so sorry, yeah, 67, not 67, 25%, and the bottom is 0.47, and the good is above the yellow line. And then we can think that this would be the good indicator. This will be above this yellow line. And now it is good only for two indicators. People can explain what a virtual helper is and what a social network is. All the others, they are much lower. And this is what to do with the representative of these intellectual markers in social consciousness, in the community and understanding. And what is really happening in the academic community in order to represent these notions in the academic publications. And we took these markers, and then we got just a search engine. There was a search query in RINS. In the library, we looked at a number of publications which we have, and I have to tell you, I have to point out that in reality, I want to point out that the digitization and digital community, digital society, those are the two notions that make it possible for us to follow up where our new digital society starts. And here, if we have a look at the notion of digitization, when we started using it very intensively about from 2017, 2018, the number of publications rose with this keyword. And what was happening at that time, what was published was the decree on the support of the program, on the adoption of the program of the digital technologies in Russian Federation that we've been viewing before, and the course was taken on a digital transformation. And then after that, the number of publications devoted to digitization has grown naturally. Prior to that point, the context of digitization, you can see the context of digitization was used only as synonyms of turning into digital format, and only after 2017 the number of publications where digitization was used as a notion of implementing the through and through digital technologies, and the understanding of social reality changing realities, and then certain metaphor it was used, and also the big number of publications where digitization was the key word, and it had nothing to do with really with the point of digitization. For example, the paper, the smartphone zombie, and for example, or the state services provision, and people put in keywords, digitization is put in there on these articles, but they don't actually talk about digitization, but they have it as keywords. And if we have a look, and the thing is here that if we have a look, this is the first layer with the humanitarians, the technical people, and the next layer, this is digital society, and the digital society, digital community. These are two notions that humanitarians use more. And from 2017, there is this really fast growth of references to these subject matter. And what I wanted to show here, these are the markers that we talked about. And in this period, of course, the rinse search queries, and 2017-18 we start seeing the peak in these markers. And what we have here is this academic community starts mastering these notions and include this in publications. And here our digital future starts in 2017-2020. And the time now, currently, currently we have not achieved that there is that we have understanding of these notions in social consciousness, and then without the mass media in this situation, we can't implement this notion. So I'm gonna give the stage to Alexander Gubanov so that he could show you what's happening in the mass media. Hello, different dear colleagues. Please give me the screen share ability. Can I share the screen, please? Yes, please do. So can you see my presentation?
For now, we can see the last slide. Good day once again, dear colleagues, and I'm glad to present the presentation on the topic representation of the image of the digital future in the space of public communications. And it's been mentioned that it logically follows from the topic which has been covered by Vitaly Vladimirovich. So we'll continue. The question of perception of digital society is general, depends on how widely represented separate elements in mass media, analyzing the media and separate structural elements. One can definitely say which information and thematic topics the digital future is connected with. And we have analyzed, and could you speak into the microphone, because when you talk close to it. So we have analyzed the markets which were mentioned by Vitaly Vladimirovich. We used an analytical system for that called Mediology. And we used the database of the system. The analytical cross-section was made during the period of time, which is equal for all queries. And the base 86,000 open sources, mass media, which are indexed in the Mediology, and 2.5 billion accounts of social media and the database of messengers. Now, pertaining to the total number of queries from the users, the most frequent in the information domain are the queries about artificial intelligence. That's 198,000 digital platform, more than 35,000 robotics. A more detailed distribution is shown on the slide. It is interesting to note that the queries like digital assistant and the digital ecosystem, with a minimum difference, they were last and one before last. Now the top four is because it's universal and it covers a wide spectrum of consumption of these notions. Now, big interest also comes from the sources of thematic queries. Now, the greatest number of thematic publications was registered in the mass media. That's more than 300,000 articles, and also the social media, more than 100,000. Now, the social mass media is, in terms of publication, is more a mass resource, but we attribute it to the fact that mass media has a higher level of expertise, and practically it means publishing more complex and segmented topics. And that also explains the prevalence of materials about the information domain. Apart from the numeric or quantitative indicators, we also looked at the quality of the tone of publications, and we used content analysis method to identify the emotional coloring of the text. And that was also done by means of meteorology. And it's worth mentioning that the system analyzes automatically, and it uses certain markers which assess both positive and negative and neutral, and hence determines the tonality of the material. Now, the absolute leader in terms of positive tonality of the material is the request digital ecosystem. More than 30% of publications had a positive nature, and among the key ones in terms of the level of positivity, it's the smart city, 36%, and robotics, 24%. And this statement of affairs, this positive assessment, we attribute to the fact that these technologies are connected with creation of comfortable living conditions. And in the publications, it's more often that the positive markers are used, and the negative were used with respect to all queries which were researched. And most oftenly, comparing to others, it was used with respect to digital platforms, the smart city system, and the virtual assistant, and big data. In our view, the establishment of this situation is explained by the fact with the current information field. It is explained by the current international situation, because meteorology still is the system which is aimed at analysis of actual resources, mass media, and social media, where during the fixed period there were more negative markers used, and more negative coloring was received. So, but even through these data, one can see that positive materials prevail over negative ones, and the total ratio with respect to overall resources, 21% that's positive and 1.6 negative. And I'll say it again, it primarily can be attributed to the fact that positive markers are used in publications with respect to technologies aimed at improvement of life of a human being. So the more materials like that, the more positive the assessment is. Now, focusing on the questions of expert assessment, system methodology can identify the number of mentionings in the resources. So the expert level in terms of meteorology, it is calculated based on SM index, and the value of index depends on the audience of the author, the number of reposts, and the value of involvement of the publicated message. The assessment includes the type of the message and the type of the forum where it was published. The forecasted leader is artificial intelligence in terms of number of queries. So the greatest number of publications is here, and the number of quoted, almost 7,000 mentionings. Now, among top 5 is digital platform, smart city, digital ecosystem, and big data. The rest, even the cumulative amount, are below 500 mentionings. Now, thematic sources, and on the second from the top is social media. Unlike mass media, in these resources, one can deep dive into statistics and have a look at social characteristics like audience coverage, the number of unique views, and the material where our target queries is mentioned. Now, social response from the audience, so the total reflection of user reactions to the published material, and the level of involvement, it is also ER. Now, the widest coverage was about publications which talk about artificial intelligence. Again, it's predictable here. more publications and wider the coverage. And detailed statistics is shown on the open slide. Top 3, smart house and robotics. Now among top 3 with least coverage is big data and virtual assistant. Again, here is linear dependence, and the number of responses depend on the number of publications. Correspondingly, artificial intelligence is a top priority, and users most frequently responded to the queries that are connected with the smart house system and the publications about robotics. Now, more high quality and expert nature are the distribution of all thematic queries in terms of the level of involvement of the audience into the material. Why is this indicator of greater interest? Well, first of all, it shows doesn't depend directly on the number of publications which were published before the specific thematics, but it shows the extent of interest of the users in this particular material. And based on this slide, one can say that the most widespread are the materials which highlight the 3D printing, big data, and digital platforms. And the bottom part of the rating includes smart city, digital ecosystem, and virtual assistant. Now, what does this have to do with? What is it related with? The fact that these 3 are in the lead, based on the fact that 3D printing, for example, is the resource. Yes, it's digital future, but this is a digital future which we can witness already today. Something we can touch. And that includes publications and materials which present the future today, here and now. And this is typical for a particular period of time. And what of great interest is studying it along a longer chronology. Again, we will repeat the cross-section and the analysis after some time. Thank you for your attention. We're ready to answer the questions. So yesterday there was that was left from yesterday. A neural network tool for creating literary text based on transcribed speech. It's Oleg Khramov and Alexei Potyomin. The first one is Senior Lecturer, Humanities Social Sciences Center, and Alexei Potyomin, Guidance Counselor, Fistech Lyceum. So, colleagues, are you ready? Please welcome the keynote. Please welcome the speakers. And don't be sad, coffee break is coming. Dear colleagues, I'm glad to welcome the participants. It's good that we are many here and online, and this speech is more of applied nature, that including the tools which a teacher can use in their work, and doesn't intersect with the keynotes which were presented during morning session, but it gives food for thought, because the speech is about a tool. So what I would like to start with, we have created a tool which is supposed to do the following things. And I'll start from the start. What's the reason of that? We also create electronic content, and the resources are scarce. And electronic content, apart from the training video, for example, lectures which are recorded in the audience, it includes translation of the essence of these lectures in the form of some study texts. It's a problematic task, and one requires a certain editor to make it sound proper, because one thing is verbal speech and written text is different, but these are two different languages which are encapsulated within one language, Russian language, for example. So the idea was to create subtitles, because many platforms, they accept the video only if it's subtitled. So it's a social responsibility. Next one, creation of the textbook text and translation of this text into English, preserving the literary style. Now, the last two tasks are rather challenging. Well, at least they were before. And now we can address those using generative neuronal networks. Well, I wouldn't say they are completely resolved, because one shouldn't rely completely on generative algorithms, because this generate text, it has to be read by a person, because a network can come up with things you didn't mean to say. So you need to match yourself and the text, your thoughts and the text. But anyways, when you have the basis of the text, it's easy to work. So what was our results? Let me say a couple of words about Alexei. He's here, by the way. What we have created, the tool we have created. So the overall schematic of work of this program. So at the input, what we have are various files, starting with videos to recordings on the dictaphone, text files, and the input can also be a processed text as well. There is a corresponding mode there, and that helps specify and make a transcribed text better. So the input is the model of transcription model, which creates word for word subtitles, and we used a Whisper service. It's an open code technology, which is probably better than Google. What we get as a result, we get a verbatim QRT file, for example, subtitles. And later on, this text, it can be returned into a transcription model, but the most interesting thing happens later. Then it goes to literature processing model, and it transformed into a literature text. This service is addressed by GPT chat. We use a 3.5 version because it's quite good, probably as good as version 4. If we talk about literature processing. And this is a free service. So just in case, I'll say that approximately it requires, well, it requires payment, but it's 15 rubles per author sheet. So it's 20 author sheets in a book, so you can calculate the cost. So a 300-page book, you can translate it for like 300 rubles. So what's interesting, in this literalization model, we added the change in modality. So request to the neural network, and in order for the GPT chat to form the text properly, and we worked with modality for quite some time and request to this network what should be done with it. So our modality implied the creation of the study text. It should be clear, and if in the text there is a term, it should be explained. So even if the teacher doesn't do it, and the network should tell the difference. If the teacher explains, he shouldn't repeat it twice. So there was the explanation before. Then it has to split the transcribed text into abstracts, and if you can see a meaningful unit, a intermediate result should be drawn, and then a total summary should be done at the end, and it should be written in a good literary text, so it is readable. And this is overall modality, which can be tuned using the tool. So one can say exactly what's required and start the program for the second time. So this text will be at the input and would go through literature processing text. So as a result, we get a chapter of a book, for example, and a chapter of a book, it's like it will take 15 minutes to create it. You'll need to add pictures there, read the text, and it's easy to create textbooks like that. So and I forgot one thing. You create the text in Russian, and by switching the slide, a text in English is created, and that is quite simple. So this is a standard work of that program. On the left, you see a word for word piece. So it's a good job. Whisper is doing it quite well, but still it has some problems. For example, one can see we have this D with a dot somewhere. And this is the work of the program. One can see that D is in Latin, and overall it has much better readability. So the text is perfect from the point of view of the speech, as it was said, because there are emotions there, etc. But this text is good for a book. Now, and apart from the standard texts, which we generate by dozens a week, we got this unexpected result. There was an interest in our program by the teachers from the medical institute from Nizhny Novgorod and started to play with it. And this is the result of their game. And now they continue their games. So they turned this program not just into the literature processing tool, but into a consultation system. So how it works, this is the request with the description of symptoms, some mysterious symptoms. And hoping that these symptoms are enough for the system to say what disease is this. The system gave this response, and this is without further modalities. It's just a standard learned text. As we see, it does look like a learned text or a study text. And the request says that there's a boy 10 years of age, and further on it is mentioned that he has a smaller sister, and then the systems are described for both children. So the system understands it's children, that's a common case. The system understands that these are relatives, and the system understands that it has to do with the genetics. And this first part of the text, or at the bottom, we see an intermediary conclusion and the recommendation. Anyway, to contact the doctor, such as gene specialist or endocrinologist for further examination. So in at the input, they have something, at the output, they have this study text where the machine guessed the disease correctly, but still the doctors meant something else, and they asked clarification, and they changed the modality. They said, your understanding doctor diagnosed the case, and this is how the system diagnosed the case, and it was exactly right. People were surprised, and even they asked this question, alternative diagnoses, are they possible? And they are, from the point of view of neural network. And the doctors had to agree that the symptoms fit this disease as well. So our colleagues from the Nizhny Novgorod Medical University, they were surprised to see these results, and they are using this system as expert system. So what are the conclusions here? First of all, generally speaking, they've just started it. So we started developing this program by the end of summer. And a couple of weeks later, we got a good prototype, which was properly working. And then we specified modalities, improving the program further. It took us a month, small time investments and work investment. And we used the service of a developer who is a student of the second course in St. Petersburg Polytechnical University. And he generated his text using Python, also using GPT. So what emerges is a new type of a programmer who can work quickly, generate a finished product quickly, change it quickly, and we spent about 10,000 rubles to get the result. So significant results were achieved quite rapidly, and the program turned out to be quite smart. We were amazed at what it can do. One lecturer, for example, made a physical error in his program, and the program interpreted it correctly, and it interpreted it correctly. It corrected that error. So we were surprised. Now, thanks to this module of, it became possible to talk to the program as if, and it's not surprising because the GPT chat was intended as an interlocutor, and you're not able to tell the difference GPT chat from the real human being when talking to it. And another point, the program can work as an expert system and use the entire array of data. It's a database, which is array which is connected to GPT chat, and these are reference books. It's a huge scope of literature, and it can use it on a quite creatively. Now, this is what lies on the surface. Now, as far as and before we have a reference here, I will give floor to Alexei, who is a heart and soul of this development, and he is the master of optimization. I never asked to create such a wonderful tool, but I have Alexei. A good day, everyone. And we're going to demonstrate practically how this software operates. Not to waste time, we decided to speed up the process because it takes about 5 minutes for the program to think. And so in the video, so what we did, we established modality, loaded the keys. And this is that payment. Each key is enough. Each key, it's like author key. The keys need to be bought with certain difficulties for now, but overall, there's nothing impossible. It's rather easy to buy them. There's a service that sells those keys if we're in the same global payment system. that won't be a problem at all. Right, so what we did, this is the modality, and here we have that you are the lecture, and you need to write a lecture. As Alexa said, we loaded the key with keys, and we loaded the file in Russian. Loaded the file of our Lyceum, so we start the process, and in 1 minute 56 seconds we get the text which we need. So we go to results, and we have Whisper and GPT chat generate text. The difference is that today's lecture is about a track company, and Whisper does not have that. And I also added it about medicine. I gave a different task that a specific diagnosis is needed, and results should be detailed. So these are the tasks which we have demonstrated already. And in this case, the machine gave even a more interesting result. It showed the options how the diagnosis can develop. So it demonstrates, it says it can be not only hypoglycemia, but it demonstrates other results of medical work, and it also gives a summary. And the software, as Oleg said, it is not just a working tool to create a lecture, but it is a model tool for various sectors of our work. So we can use it in many ways. And personally, I believe that the tool of neural networks, it cannot replace a human being in the future, but it is the tool which helps a human being optimize the processes and achieve new heights. Thank you, Alexei. Allow me to go back to our presentation. So one caveat here, the program still needs, the software still needs to be fine-tuned, and fine-tuning of the neural network code is a separate problem, but still you can play with it. It can be installed on Windows 10 computers. If it's earlier version of Windows 10, it's not gonna work, and you need disk D on your computer. If you only have one disk C, then still it's not gonna work, but we'll improve that. Sooner or later the program will be working properly, but as of now we're not there yet. So if you have disk D, please enjoy, have fun. There are 3 files, the installation file, and with the installation file, the situation is, well, if you have the antivirus or Windows Protector, it will say you that it's a virus. It's not a virus. It has an executable module, Python module, and all programs like that written in Python, they are frowned upon by the viral software, antivirus software. So just let your antivirus know that there's nothing to be afraid of. This is link. Please enjoy. And if you need keys and you're unable to buy them, contact us. There are addresses there. And talking about neural network programming, which we tested like that by means of our friend from St. Petersburg. Now what we have is the programmer of the new generation who just started using this technological station development software.
And this is the new technological way, the practice is totally new practice of programming. It's generated code, you should have the ability to interpret it, but in order to have the right code, the key the key ability of the programmer is to be able to communicate with the neural network, to ask the correct questions. And we have young people here, and they probably will be programming these kind of systems, and you can talk to them in natural language, but it is, you should be doing it correctly. That is very important. And here, there should be for it to work, there should be an additional option there. We have to work on the fine tuning and then the support, because when you have a huge amount of code and what a neural network is included in that, how many corrections and how well it work, if it is regenerated, then all the fine tuning done before, then it will be just wasted. So these are the difficulties, are the challenges. The modification will be there. So this is the installation. So it's 3-4 years. Everybody's going to be programming like that. This is the only way, and the programmers, they'll probably have to retire. They'll have to do something else. The programmers that are used to the old ways, and there's a sentence here. That everybody's going to be will lose jobs. Will stop being creators, the authors, and the person who is actually using the results of the new technological ways. The person who goes through the first the A's and B's of this neural network content, then a human being is the leader, and in neural networks is in submission, because a human being is an expert, is how well it is generated, because the neural network could actually lead you anywhere, and the human being can always check. It is the function of the arbiter kind of thing. And I wanted to demonstrate you a certain number of pictures here. Just quickly, it's very interesting. And this is very simple. This is the neural network, very simple interface. You can play it really easily. You can play with it. And if you explain what you want from it, it will generate really quite precisely done pictures, and they're quite presentable. You can see it. And why do I need these pictures? I wanted to have them as a teacher. And now I read a popular course. I teach a popular course, and there are artists there, and I didn't want my presentation to be ugly, so I wanted to troll them a little bit, because they're all afraid of new neural network technologies. And here there's this presentation that is actually, there's 10-15 pictures of this kind of pictures, and they understand that where the wind blows, and you have to tune yourself to the new realities. And then this was generated by the neural network. So the creator and his words. This is the exit from the plateaus. This is the nomad and the farmers, the nomad, and so this was asked to express it through images, and this is the semantic thinking. There is no syntaxis. All of this is given by a human being. The left, it's half a day we had to spend to talk to the neural network, and the gray-haired wizard. Again, I had to spend quite a lot of time. Neanderthal and Cro-Magnon, and so the Homo sapien and Neanderthal. So on the right, this is the last Neanderthal, and you can see. So in order to generate that, we had to really suffer, and I have spent quite a time. So this is from history, and it is all imprecise because Egypt is not like that, and Jericho is not like that. Lebanon is not like that, and yeah, we know, but nevertheless, it looks quite nice, so I decided to leave it here. So what I wanted to tell you here on everything, really, all of this, these technologies will be developing, and these we will have to learn how to play these games. And being fearing that the humans will lose themselves. A human being will always be needed to control the self-generation. He will be the arbiter. A human being will be always be the arbiter of the decisions, and these technologies will be developing. And now the picture is generated. You might like the entire picture, but there could be like four fingers, the classic example, and which you want to correct. Just add the fifth finger and it will just redo the entire picture. So the new generation of these algorithms, they'll work with the particulars in that is of interest to you. And the last thing that I wanted to mention here, that is what is important. Essentially, neural networks are in the role of this electronic cerebellum, that which we have to interrupt all the time if we want to be a painter or a musician, or for a long time we have to train this micromotorics to achieve perfection. And neural networks here, they take this plank off. And if you have a talent, but you don't have the time or ability to actually realize the talent, now you get this ability. And so my prediction, after I've played with it a little bit, yeah, I was afraid of it, you believe me. But when I played with it a little bit, I understood certain nuances, and you have to try to the feeling that I had. There will be more creative people, and the content that will be developed, it will not be unoriginal. So at this, I want to wind up my talk. I want to finish, and thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. I suggest that we're gonna be out of, we're gonna yeah, we just talk before the coffee break. We have to have a coffee break, and then after the coffee break we'll have keynote lecture. So we are out of schedule here, we're behind the schedule. I have a couple of remarks here. One of the previous, we are not media, we're not a mass media, so we have to stress that analyzing these networks, Instagram and Facebook, which and all the others that were mentioned, they have been prohibited in the Russian Federation, and they belongs to Meta, and it is extremist, and it is prohibited in the Russian Federation. So we have to mention that. And the request to my authors and my helpers, please make it a little bit warmer, because there is a Z, it is a Fistech, it's a Fichtech. It's not Fiztech, and it's going to be a little bit cold. And thank you. I don't want to compress our questions and answers, but there will be the opportunity to talk to our speakers. If something comes in electronic ways in YouTube, probably, then we will articulate it. So my co-moderators, there is this next group. Of this is a very interesting project. This is the profession. This is the career development advice. It's just two people there, two people. Very good. This is This is a group of the authors. That is Fistech with Dolgoprudny high school, and Alexey Stanislavovich is developing it. So Dolgoprudny colleagues, please. Now we're going to have Alexey Klemeshov with Maria Kristyannikova. It will be multimedia exposition Heroes of My City, the Skill Museum in the Age of Digital Technologies. And that also involved in this keynote is the team of students of Dolgoprudny High School, Gymnasium, and the Young Historian Society. So, dear colleagues, as there are two of us, we're going to be sharing the content here, but there are more of these, eight of us. We decided not to have everybody on stage, but please wave at us so that we can see you. as the co-authors. You can be involved in our talk, and dear colleagues, we'll try to represent some experience of interaction between Fistech and Долгопрудный High School. And this started in February this year, and we have here Долгопрудный School here, Yulia Alexandrovna, Maria Kristyanikova, and to start with, I just want to give the stage to Maria Andreevna, so she says a couple of words of what it is, what kind of extracurricular activity it is, and what it is that we do there. Dear colleagues, it's very nice to be here, to be in this consolidated, the best college in the world and our school. And in the beginning of 2023, we organized the extracurricular society that had a wonderful name that's called history with a spade, or history with a shovel. So the Young Historian Society and history with a shovel. And this name actually reveals the essence of our work, of our labors, of the people who participate in making up a new project. Because when we talk about the work, the labors of the tutor, teacher, and it seems like it's a theoretical part. When we come up with the discourse with the pupil or with the class, and now we do with the practice. We practice this shovel, the spade is something that is practical, and when we come up with a project like that, extracurricular society, and I think it's kind of derogatory, but no, it's people who are very much involved, and they love doing what they do for their interest, for their vocation. They are prepared to spend lots of hours. Children who came to this society, they're real fans, they're really involved, and on the screen you can see the ways of studying history. They're not theoretical, not just theoretical. And under Alexei Stanislavovich, his tutelage, we found our own historical artifacts, and we used various materials, various methods of production of these historical artifacts in order to understand how archaeologists work and on which basis they come up with what conclusions. And this is the writing on the various media, ceramics, and wax plates, and we were learning to write with a quill, and we used that, and then it was the bark, it was the skin. You can actually mark the quail, you can make a mark on any surface, and archaeologists, they could find these plates, these tables, and for example birch bark writings, and pupils analyze making these kind of creations. They familiarize themselves with various languages, runic, Armenian, Georgian, and hieroglyphics, and hieroglyphic writing, and all of this in the course of this work of this extracurricular society, running different studies, different research, different ways, different means of finding it and reproducing it. They get the skill. They get the skill of working with contemporary materials, because the end result of our project is the establishment of interactive museum, a school museum. And when this idea came about, when it emerged, we started thinking that we need a room for this. And then there was an idea that interactive, because that opens up unbelievable opportunities of working with the viewer, with the visitor, with the guest of the museum, the ability to work with those. And in order to enrich the material and and the toolkit that is used in these kinds of projects. We did you saw the theoretical, the practical part. We went on foot. We studied the history of our city, because this is heroes of our city. This is the project name. Dolgoprudny High School is pride of Dolgoprudny city, and so we had to find people that we wanted to talk about. And visiting our local law museum in Dolgoprudny, we came up with a conclusion, with a sad conclusion, that not all the wonderful people that we wanted to see in the museum have their own exhibit in the museum. So we came. There was a wonderful linguist, Trubachev, who is also the pride of the country, and he's Romanian. So our goal is establishing making his exhibit in our museum. So, Alexei Stanislavovich, I give the stage back to you, and how is it's all going to happen. So, dear colleagues, I, so to say, just the subtext of all of this. All of these experimentations, I came with the notebook that I used, and how does the memory how is the memory passed on? And now we can actually touch this memory, the past, and we tried to come up. It doesn't exist in reality. It doesn't exist. We're just thinking about how to make it better. And when we tried to do this exhibit, to make this exhibit, then in colleges now, in universities, the basics of the Russian state and the heroes of our time, and not only heroes of battle sense, but in terms of achievements, discoveries, and the input, the contribution to the present and the future. And of course, this it's the wrong clicker, and of course that has to be pretty, has to be good looking. And that's what does it mean? That it has to be representing the past of our region, so it is attractive. And neural networks, they generated the actual images of Dolgoprudny. So this is the little boy, this boy with the Zeppelin, with a blimp above him. You see, this is Dolgoprudny here, and it's above him. Nevertheless, we try to do it slightly different way. So let's imagine this is an interactive panel that you can actually browse through, and there is certain blocks on, for example, art, culture and sports, science and research, heroes of the Soviet Union and Russia, and all the rest of it. And now we open the slide where we have the screen on science and technology, and at the center there are people who are the pride of Dolgoprudny, and they're to do with Fistech, and of course they're well recognizable. How do we make the school student, maybe the parents, how to make them interested, how to lure them in? So let's see what Kapitsa looks like from the point of view of the neural network. But in the current Dolgoprudny, what would he look like? Probably, and then the next is another, our compatriot Natalia Andreychenko, Mary Poppins Goodbye. She lived in Dolgoprudny on Pervomayskaya Street, and if we met her in the street, the neural network reckons that she'd look like that, or the group Dune, or our Olympic winners and maybe heroes. Alexander Rekhlov, he is the pilot, torpedo. So he was bombing the ships, 214 missions So he was flying with 214 combat missions, and he was the pilot. And the photographs, they're very low quality, and he's not with us, and he hasn't been for quite some time. So what would he look like? And this is the neural network generated image, probably like that. So we represented, we just guessed how neural networks could help us. The Schnever and John and all the rest of the networks. And in the process of generation of these images, we came to, I think, quite expected conclusions, which our colleagues that talked before us, they talked about it. And in order to formulate the actual task for a neural network, that makes the exhibit more interesting. It makes it closer to us. We kind of master the past better, having touching it, because it's not always obvious. Some yellowed, some faded out photographs, and some personal effects. What kind of person somebody was? It's just like maybe it is just a leather, a leather coat, and Korolev wore a leather coat, and then what? So Korolev, who's Korolev? And then probably with a neural network, then if we want to take a photograph with Kapitsa or with Kurchatov, we need to understand, we need to imagine what he looks like. So there's certain learning interest there. What is most important in Korolev, in his personality, in Kapitsa, in Kurchatov, in Haritanovich, and all the rest of them. And on the one hand, on the other hand, in neural network, neural network only has what we put into it and what it comes up, and we have to formulate the query, the request. We have to understand something about that person, so that it's not a monster that comes out of my colleague, Dr. Kramov, how much time he spent to get out of network what he wanted. And this is quite a serious, this is a challenge. This is quite a serious challenge to us. And this is a certain challenge to the neural networks and the people who develop them. Why? Because it is really important, really important. The school museum, this is the interface is very important. And Alexei showed, and his colleague showed that I haven't been that far, and I couldn't understand anything. Well, I do understand. I did understand not what they do. What they do is a great thing, and it's just amazing results. But how do you work with it? Okay, I want a certain. I want to learn how to work with these things. And what if it's a child who comes to the museum? I just press a few buttons, and then he talks, text a little bit, and write up, or maybe talk is better, and then you get something that you can correct later afterwards. So these neural networks has to have this kind of interface, and this is the goal to programmers. This is the request to programmers. So the network, MyHeritage, for example, is quite popular, and many museums they use it, and school museums start using it in Russia. And photographs, it probably eats up only particular quality and really quite obvious, but not all the photographs that have been preserved are not from the Second World War or pre-war. They're not that high quality. So what do? Our opportunities are rather limited. So it's quite a specific goal here. And I want to have a picture of me with Kapitsa hugging, for example. I just wanted the picture like that, or in electronic image, and this could be built in. And this is how gradually we come up with, on the one hand, the tasks with for the interactive school museum and the exhibit like that, and on the other, we understand how what we need to learn in order to use it successfully. And I think this is just the beginning of our journey. And just for the sake of curiosity, what Fistech looks like in Dolgoprudny. So it is quite impressive. I think neural networks thinks better of us than we do. And nevertheless, to a certain extent, this stimulates, it gives us certain prospects, it opens up. And what I wanted to share it is discussion with our participants. There were more than there were 14 of them, and now 6 people were involved directly in the development, and they are co-authors of our keynote. And I want to thank the opportunity of this interesting project in collaboration with Fistech, and as a former school teacher, now teacher, tutor in Fistech. I just want to thank you all. Thank you for being quick and. So the question and answers will probably do it a little bit later. Hang on, colleagues. I just wanted was a group. I want all the kids, all the teenagers, all the kids to come out. Please give them round of applause. So with that, the people without whom this would not have been possible. And Yulia Nesterenko, who curated all of it. She is the senior tutor there, deputy head mistress of the school. So please give them a round of applause. These are the wonderful researchers, and there is no sarcasm. Please give them a round of applause. Come on. Yeah, please join us. And the project of collaboration of the Fistech and Dolgoprudny High School, it's going to be developing and it's going to be broadening. It's going to be it is a very good start to many other things. It will probably be replicated. Thank you very much. And developed. And so co-moderator. Now, please, the final that is from a different section there. So it's time there. It will be quick and laconic. And can you do that, Anton Anatolievich? Have you found him? Yeah, please. Now there will be Anton Denikin. Effective machine-human communication in contemporary media platform. That's example of video games. They publish the magazine where I is the candidate of sciences, professor, etc., etc. All of that. So, well, I'm happy to greet you here, dear colleagues, and. The sphere of my research as a culture scientist, this is the media communication and machine-human interaction. And today I wanted to talk quickly about effective communication in contemporary media formats. The events are more and more chaotic and difficult to predict, and this is reflected in the political sphere and social economic processes. And in these conditions, it's not surprising that at the center of the attention of humanitarian science is non-cognitive, difficult to control aspects of human life, like affects, unclear feelings, spontaneous movements, tactile sensor instead of linguocentric psychoanalysis, semiotics, structuralism. We have at the center of the attention, we have that some researchers called affective turn. Some researchers call, and I just wanted to view some of communication opportunities for affective process. So look at the affect as a means of communication and condition of current communication, both interhuman and human-machine communications, both. And affectation is encountered in many humanitarian in philosophy and in sociology, anthropology, in art, history, and one of the spheres here is studying the affectation is neurology and psychology. This is affectation is elementary condition of a human being, and affects is some elementary high intensity conditions which differs from emotions and feelings. And this understanding is that you can humanize affective forces to regulate humans' psychological conditions, which is reflected in attempts of control affects with various arts, music, poetry, stage craft, and the affect theories, elementary psychological conditions, is applicable to theoretical analysis. When we review the contemporary practices of media and affective experience in digital media, this is not something that is perceived as media communication. If we look at the way of passing reliable information, and effective media, they don't want to give the reliable information. Accurate information is digital processing, montage, and so they are modeling events. They create emotional upheaval. There is a fact that is important, and there is no event. So the massive fake, there is this intensification of affects, which is not aimed at a discourse exchange, but stimulate the spontaneous change and a physical reaction. And here you start a chaos, and you get more and more invariance of the development of it. So it's a similar process in the internet. The pleasure from being affective to affect and to be affected, the interactivity is becoming the sort of value of labor. They're effective. For example, the subscribers, the participants of forums, it's being sold for real money. The affect gives a certain the physical, the carnal knowledge, and the production of desire and the mobilizing strength of the affect is always involved in the strategy of control of one which is aimed at the realization of a particular goals. And some researchers, they think that affects are manageable, and if you control affectations, then you get the results. And affect is a real conditions, inalienable part of a late capitalist control system. But as an elementary, the definition is not the only one. The elementary psychological state, the model is another one. Another, the view of affect as an intensive force, and this interprets them as an event that exceeds the human will and the possibility of controlling it. The most Gilles Deleuze and the psychoanalyst Felix Guattari, and they affects, they are not feelings, they are not senses, not the basic emotions, because they exceed the force of the who go through them. Affects, they signal the ability of the ability of the body to impact on the body and impact other bodies, to transition from one state to another. And thinking is, in contrast to thinking that it's cognitive affect, is looked at it's the body through working with other bodies, another body or other bodies, and the function of digital media platforms. So they spread your aggressive rhetoric on the one hand. On the other hand, you can answer to that rhetoric, and they give the user. So the structure, microblog, Twitter microblogs, so particularly there's a broad circulation of affectations, and any registered user could subscribe to any other, giving the cross-linked network of communication, and using the networks of hashtags and subscribers. The users, they form the collective body with the specific emotional characteristics. The users, they exchange information, media materials, but also what's more important, their actions, they become the conductor of affectations. And then the formats of the media, currently video games, probably the multi-user games, they are the good examples of mass and somatic communications, and this is the circulation of affectations. It's not a language, it's not audiovisual images. You define the content of communication. The content of communication, this is circulation of the affect. When the gamer plays the video games, he plays the game not to get a new information and not to interpret the artistic images and their quality. He's looking for means to uh, achieve the goal that a video game sets to him. They turn up the tension between the rules and random actions of other users and conditions of the video games. They organize the relationship of real and virtual bodies in the gameplay. They are always out of themselves. These augmented, the avatar, the objects, the controls, the extensions that are used for the game. The bodies are extended, augmented, more and more of games challenges. It is an assemblage of forces and effects. There is an invariant of build of a gamer, and the human body is not above other body, but it exists in the relationships and in the relationship with other bodies who are changing that player, and the combination of the bodies gives the way to the space of affective build, and this build falls apart. It loses the territory and leaves the human being with the normal household perception of reality. But although the body is re-territorialized, it never gets back to the same condition that it was in before this build, and the mind changes, and it changes the mind of the gamer. Video games give the potential to open new forces, new options of him or herself, and the changes are very difficult to predict because they're always excessive, being effects, and they depend on every build of every case, and it is a moral or ethical choice. When then the game only they sometimes implement very strange and contradictive decisions, and then empirical, the interaction of both the body with video game, that is a very strong ways and means of teaching, and there is an understanding that video game effective this is a new means of expression that cannot be expressed, of things that cannot be expressed by anything else. And this post-human affective communication as a medium, it is picked the intermediate when people interact with affective forces, and this is not passing the meanings. This is a multiplicities exchange and options exchange. Gamers, they feel the emotions of expecting of potential, and they could actually direct a materialization of the so the question here is now this thinking of invariance under the affectation, how can it be dangerous to the human, him or herself, and how to make this orderly, these chaotic transactions in contemporary mediatized culture, and resolution. This post-human communication science is doing that, and we can make the conclusion that affect plays more deeper role in the interaction between the humans and machines, and between humans. And the concept of affects has to be included in the contemporary media communication. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Colleagues, questions? And I think that, there's applause here because we're looking forward to the coffee break, and we were looking on the online. Here, people want to have a little bit of a break. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was very, very interesting. Thank you that you found this opportunity. I think there would be a little break. 14:45, we're gonna start a keynote lecture of Borodkin. I think it was 14:50. So we have a break until then. Thank you. Ну и чё?
Very well. Looks, we continue. And to continue the session on AI in humanitarian and social sciences. We continue our session, and now we will hear the keynote lecture, 1 out of 3, Artyom Marchan, and this time is Leonid Borodkin, Artificial Intelligence and Historical Research, 2 Waves of 40 Years Evolution. Leonid Borodkin, corresponding member of the Russian Academy of Science, Doctor of Science and History Professor, head of the Department of Historical Informatics, head of the Center for Economic History, Moscow State University. He's been successfully teaching here in Moscow Institute of Physics. Please welcome our keynote speaker. Dear colleagues, today I would like to talk about an interdisciplinary subject where the algebra of harmony is quite within the spirit of the keynote. And in the Moscow State University, the Department of History, there is a chair, which is the chair of History of Informatics, where we bring together information technologies, the digital with the historical knowledge, with how history is taught. And during the 20 years of work of our chair, we have accumulated a plethora of experience in using mathematical information technologies in the application to history. There used to be a time when people were skeptical about it, but today these times are long gone. I would like to talk about 2 waves of 2 waves of 40 years evolution and the use of artificial intelligence by historians. And these are the waves. They're not just periods, these are real waves. The first waves came when AI just emerged in our country, and its methods were initially recognized. That was in the 70s, and for us it's the 80s and the 90s. And later on, this wave subsided because it looked like the potential was exhausted by the mid-90s. And then in the 2010, second wave came when neural networks came into play and when computational power of machines grew to such an extent that big data became available and large masses of information, which became a learning material for the machines, and that raised the second wave in the history in the history of science. And it turned out that that second wave proved to be even more intense and interesting than the first one. So briefly, I'll talk about the first wave, which came in the 1970s, 1990s, the previous century. And here we talk about such characteristics of artificial intelligence, which are in the shadow today, because deep learning, neural learning has ousted many other areas of artificial intelligence, and neural networks did not have a big chance to develop back then during the first wave, simply because the power of hardware was quite limited and software was not advanced enough to address these questions. And back then, it was cognitology or engineering or knowledge engineering that came into play when text could be analyzed, a historical text could be analyzed using cognitology moves, and expert systems, which was in demand back then. A record linkage for historians, it's an important methodology to connect records from different sources about the same character. And these mentionings can be made in different ways in different sources, and it was a methodology which made it possible to link records about the same person from different sources. Next is image recognition classification with a supervisor, and these now a couple of works about how it all started in the USSR, the 60s, and the center was the Academy of Science and Moscow State University. And when I was a student, a senior year student, our chair was on the basis of the Institute of the Problems of Administration. And there was this famous laboratory, number 25, where my 2 final years of studying took place, and there was a theory of potential functions in image recognition. They had very strong mathematicians who, although they didn't have the machines we have today, they were able to develop sophisticated mathematical methods of recognition. And my candidate thesis, which I defended in Fistech in 1978, it was dedicated to certain methods of artificial intelligence. Now, in 1986, under the presidium of the Academy of Sciences, a research council was established, and I was present during the sessions, and there were such large members of the Academy present there as Pospelov, and in 97, there was this landmark event when Deep Blue could beat world chess champion, and it was, alas, the best minds of human mankind could not compete with artificial intelligence. And back in the day, cognitological methods of approach found their application among historians. On the left, we see a picture of a famous scholar, Viktor Mikhailovich Sergeyev, who was in charge of the laboratory in Moscow State, in GIMO. They analyzed international political texts, in particular texts of Bismarck. And the idea was to understand the logic of thinking, which Bismarck used when trying to unify the lands of Germany into united Germany. And the analysis of Bismarck memoirs was performed using cognitological methods of approach. I will not go into details here, but the objective was to identify formal structures in the Bismarck's text, which would show positive and negative factors to help or prevent the establishment of the unified state of Germany. Now, it is the methods of discrete mathematics and theory of graphs that should be mentioned here, because they were used to analyze those text structures. This is the Bismarck's thinking graph, which was built in these works. And what we see on top, all the arrows, they lead to an apex, which is called the unification of Germany, and that was the key objective of Bismarck. And then 7 stories of arguments. And what we see here are items which are present on the scheme. For example, at the top, there is this item ensuring the national unity of Germany. The second tier, second story, we see such objectives as overcoming the resistance of France, not allowing conflicts inside the Germany, restoration of the title of the Emperor of Germany, and then sabotaging the influence of Austria in German Union. And at the bottom stories, where we see the circles at the bottom level of the hierarchy, this is where we have items such as taking into account the contradictions between the states, which I mentioned here. So the lower we are, the finer the goals, the smaller the goals which were pursued. Now, another approach back then was framework systems or frame systems. In particular, Reseda system, which was quite popular. So frame is a structure in the source text which could be in an abstract way expressed by the structures like character X moved from point A to point B geographically, or a character committed an action which resulted in worsening of the position of the second character. And in this way, a particular text could be expressed in a form of such frames to explain the logic of the events described in the biographic database, and applying it to hundreds of characters from the history of France. So these frames is a tool to formalize a text, and here we see standard frame structures. So this is another procedure which was applied to our text to shift from specific events to the logic of those events. Such terms as modulators, predictors, episodes appeared, and overall there were 5 precursors or predicates that were introduced to have a connection with X, to be have impact from X, move, perform certain action. And it turns out that the entire text of the historical chronicle boils down to these 5 predicates. For example, the questions that could be asked to the system: why historical character X lost the benevolence of the king or cardinal? So these were the initial attempts of the artificial intelligence, which these days have been implemented in the intellectual search, what we call today as text mining. Expert systems, I'll say it again, they were most significant notion of the artificial intelligence at this early stage, because it became possible to use the experienced intuition of a specialist in particular knowledge sphere, transfer it into the expert knowledge system inside the computer. And for example, in medicine, it became widespread because a young doctor who is in the submarine, for example, when he's on his own and with the access to the expert system, during the conversation with the patient, this young doctor can get advice regarding the diagnosis and how to take into account the experience of large specialists who rendered or passed their knowledge on to this expert system. Now, the historians, they used it by filling in the databases, which made it possible to present the professional knowledge of archaeologists, for example, when dating or attributing certain archaeological findings. And the monography, which was translated from French in the 1988, it resonated quite strongly. That was Jean-Claude Cardin, famous archaeologist, the author of the monography, and he wanted to pass on his knowledge in archaeology, and he wanted to pass this knowledge to this expert system so that during the excavation, the young archaeologists would be able to use it to perform attribution of the ceramics that they find. And he used this expert software, SNARK, to create 6 expert systems. And the topics he was working with, that's the connection between ancient Greece and the states of Central Asia, production of metals in Bactria, and the origin of Cyprus statues, and of Bronze century, then ancient Roman emperor origin, etc. And by passing on his deep knowledge in this specific topic, he was able to transfer his expertise and intuition into the expert system, which later on helped younger archaeologists. Another example is the program called Gidra Nimikon, and the author here is Yuri Khramov, our colleague, and it was created to analyze the origin of Gidronymov hydronames in East Slavic countries, Belarus, Ukraine, and European part of Russia. So this is the system which absorbed the expertise of specialists in toponymics, so the name of lakes and rivers and other water bodies. So by analyzing the name of a water body, the language experts, and there were many languages there, Finnic and Baltic languages, and that had an impact on names of water bodies. So we typed in the River Pahrut, which is near Moscow, and the system found out that this is Ugric and Finnish name. Hence, this system, who was working with hydro names, helped them prove and trace the linguistic history of those names of water bodies. Now, Prolog, computer language, was quite popular back then. It was language for artificial intelligence, and the historians were actually using it actively, and it periodically it is mentioned in the publications, but by all means there are other programming systems, and back then Prolog was the pinnacle of the programming languages, specifically where they talked about artificial intelligence, and in particular they used it abroad, and our historians used it to restore the history of family. In particular, it was about connecting the records, and I mentioned about it when, for example, in one of the sources, there was a person who is recorded as John, and in other sources, the same person is presented, and there is a variation of that name, like Johann, in a different transcription. And this is the name which is mostly widespread in the world: Ivan, Iogan, Johann, and many other options or variations. And the number of variations is around 40 that one can come across in English sources. And when a computer analyzes various sources, different names are perceived by the computer as different people. And this is where the name identifier is used in the software, which is based on the variability of that name. And the software analyzes the name not just by identifying the name, but the software can also track if this is the same person. Then it is probably hardly possible because, for example, from the original source, that's how old this person should be, like 90. But in the source, it says that the person is getting married. And I mean, if you're 90, you will hardly get married, but there is an entire logical system which makes it possible to compare contradictions or coincidences of demographic science to identify and say that, yes, it was this John and not some other. So this record linkage is quite a widespread term for those who study historical demography, ancient times or early new times. I will not go into details of expert systems which were used back then in humanitarian sciences, but I'll just say that these are expert systems for attribution of literature, works of literature, poems, and other literary works. That's a database which absorbs the literary style of different authors, and then it takes a literary work with a known author, and a system is capable to compare famous authors with this attributed text, the known authors with this attributed text, and on the basis of expert knowledge, it can conclude with a certain degree of probability that this is author A rather than author B. And finally, the fuzzy sets theory found its application. Why was it in demand? Why it found its application? Well, the role which models play in science, in humanitarian sciences, this role is performed by classifications. When we use classification to divide different events into classes, or we divide processes or characters into classes, and quite often in the 70s, there was this multi-dimension cluster analysis that was applied. We had 50 gubernias or constituent entities at the end of 19th, beginning of 20th century, and the task was to somehow categorize them. And the publicists and researchers, they saw there were two ways of agrarian revolution in Russia. One was Prussian, or so big chunks of land, and around them, like in Prussia, the households develop, large households, which are in symbiosis with the landlord, and they rent the tools and the land from the landlord. So it's like a combination of large landlord ownership and strong peasant households which interact. Another way was a peasant or farmers, or the American way, and Lenin was quite often using this terminology in his works. So that's when the basis is formed by strong peasant households and big families. And the argument was, how would those ways intertwine? Because a typical representative of the Prussian type, they were in the Eastland or Lapland and standard farmers regions. They were around the Thousand, where there's the steppes, and from Torik Gubernia to Saratov, and it was clear back then where the first type was and the second, but how would those be shown on the other parts of Russia? And it would be naive to expect a clear classification. These 20 governorates would be type A and the others type B. There was no strict division, and the question was where they overlap and which leans more towards type A and which leans towards more to type B. And here it's the idea of Lord Zadeh, an American researcher, who suggested new mathematics of fuzzy sets, where the belonging of an object to a class was determined not in the terms of 0, 1, belongs or doesn't belong, but it is the degree of belonging of the object to a set, to a class. And that was sufficient for those tasks which are resolved by humanitarian sciences when they talk about typologies. So in the 60s, when this theory was suggested, the origin of the theory was more connected to image recognition and classification, and the understanding of the fact that classes in humanitarian and social structures, they have a fuzzy attribute to a particular type. Now, in Russian, this fuzzy set was translated as inexact, and that finds its application at our department and other departments. And today, fuzzy logic is used in many AI applications where we talk about inexact terms. For example, we might see a text like, a tall young man walks into the room. The attempt to formalize this terminology will fail. If it's a young man, how much is it? 20 is young, or 38? Is it still young? To a certain extent it is. Depends on how you approach it. So in situations like these, or a tall man, if it's 6'9", it's tall. If it's, well, 4, it's not. But still, there is a certain degree of attribution. And with such fuzzy tasks, the artificial intelligence has this fuzzy logic. And it's found its application in clusterization. So in the methods of multi-dimension statistical analysis, where there were similar groups of objects in the similar multi-dimensional space, and there is clusterization with a supervisor, and this is an anticipation of what we're going to see in the 21st century in machine learning. And by completing the early stage of using artificial intelligence by historians, one could quote the father of cybernetics, Norbert Werner, who in his book, which was translated into Russian and was quite popular, and many people quoted it. So what he said was, give human to human and give to machine what belongs to machine. And when he was contemplating about interaction between humans and machines. So the second wave, and that's 21st century, of course, it's neural networks, machine learning, deep learning. And I will mention several important applications here, although describing all lines of using artificial intelligence by historians. Well, I'm reading an hour and a half lecture to students to explain that, and now I have less time. So I will mention an important area using AI by historians as recognition of handwritten and early printed books. We know that before printed books appeared in Russian, mostly 16th century, almost all texts, well, all of them, they were handwritten. And we know the types of writing that were used. And it's difficult to read them. You need specialists who are trained in how writing was done back then. And one of the very known projects, that's Digital Peter project. It started 3 years ago, and it was initiated by the Russian Historical Society. And the idea was to work jointly with Sberbank. The idea was to decipher the handwritten manuscript by Peter the Great from 18th century, and he wrote a lot of text. Some of those are published today, and approximately 50 years academic publications were prepared, handwritten texts, and that's thousands of pages. And of course, most of them were not deciphered. They were not transferred into a format which is readable for machine. Well, first they thought that the contact of historians from the Russian Historical Society and the specialists from Sberbank, the initial expectation of that was that they will start a recognition of those handwritten texts quickly, but it didn't work. Why? And we'll see why. Because this is standard handwriting of Peter the Great, Peter the First. And as you can notice, elements of letters here and there, they block letters on the line below. And when the program, that AI program, was given this page for analysis, nothing good came out. Well, maybe 50% of correct recognition was the result, because the key thing here is the splitting of the text into separate lines. And while this is not done, a computer cannot cope with this task. So it turned out it is necessary to use the services of experienced historians, paleographers, who are experts on the handwriting of that period. And their job was to separate the lines of the text, break the text into lines. And those were historians, paleographers from the Institute of History of Russian Academy of Sciences in St. Petersburg, very well-known specialists in this area. So what they did initially, they separated the lines first and used them as a study material for the neural network. And later on, neural network, it learned to break the text into the sentences itself. After those texts were scanned and digitized, they were loaded into this web application, computer vision annotation, in order to perform a line-by-line marking of the digital copies of these documents. We have the word transcribe here, and that means translate into letters, transform into letters. So 2 data sets were created, or 2 sets of lines of Peter the Great, which were cut into stanzas into lines, and then so letter by letter, the neural network learned the handwriting of Peter the Great. Now the size of the learning data set was, the initial one was more than 6,000 lines, and that's quite a lot of pages, hundreds of pages. And the second data set, 3,042 lines, to control the quality, recognition quality. It says signatures, but many things that signature is signature of a famous person. But for historians, it's an original handwritten document. When they talk about autograph, it means that the page with the handwritten text of the author. And once he was trained to separate the lines from each other and identify the signs, so the precision was 97.6%. Out of 197.6% of signs were recognized correctly, and the speed was 35 pages a minute. And usually for such a human needs several hours to do that. But it's not just about speed. The alternative to this Russian algo, there was a Transcribus system very popular in Europe, which recognizes a text written in Latin in different languages. And most of the historians studying medieval centuries in Europe and who work in different languages, but mostly Latin, they were quite successful in using this Transcribus software, which gives this promising percentage, 96, 97%. But when this so we had to come up with our own recognition system because the existing one had too many errors. And today we have a web page, it's bear.org.ru/Peter, and the software which we use to recognize Peter handwriting uploaded there, and the user can decipher Peter's manuscript. And those who want to understand the algorithm, there is a mode, training mode there, and the description of the neural network, and one can upload a scanned text of Peter there and use this neural network to try to recognize the text. And I must say that there are a lot of users on that web page, and it's a good etiquette to say that yesterday I have recognized 15 pages by Peter the Great using AI, and this is an interesting popularization of the project. Right. The model is such. The model of this algorithm, it's on Python, and it's available to the resource, and you can work with Python language to improve it somehow. And here we have another document by Peter the Great. On the left, we have this text written by his hand, and then it's been recognized using the algorithm we talk about. So this is the algorithm when a certain text transfers into the format which is habitual for us. And you see the date, April 27, and it's addressed to Ushakov. Now we see that the text is, and in most cases, it's not that easy to read as on this picture. And this is the original of the signature. This is how Peter signed his documents. Another interesting example of this kind, it's Yandex that's now done great work to decipher and recognize handwritten Russian texts, different ones, but most of greatest interest here is from the point of view of genealogy. As of today, there are more than 2.5 million people who use this program developed by Yandex, and they recognize thousands of pages of metric books a day. So 3 books, a book of baptize the marriage and death, and rather than going to the archive and having a hard time trying to read the ancient handwritten manuscripts, today thousands of those metric books have been recognized and they're accessible for users free of charge. And several areas of regions, they have created digital copies of those books which record demographic information and where you can easily find your distant relatives. I have a niece and she worked with it, and up to mid 18th century, and that's like 8 or 10 generations back, she was able to go as far back as that using Rязань books. So head of archive of Moscow, Yandex, is working particularly actively, and every day there are new documents posted that's been recognized. They don't always have time to edit all of them. About 5% is errors, and sometimes they stand in the way if they're mistaking the name. Sometimes they're practically insignificant when it's about the witnesses of the marriage or the reasons of death. But still there are these mistakes, and there is no time to read through every metric book that's been recognized, so that we have to just accept it. And here's just an example. We see that the church book, and that's how it is recognized using artificial intelligence. So what kind of handwritten materials go through this digitization and recognition? These are metric books, and first of all, these books where acts of birth or where fact of that the person was baptized is recorded. So it's marriage and death, then fairy tales, and or census lists, and confession records about confessions, and which then restoration and attribution of antique texts using neural networks with deep learning. And this is work which had a high resonance, published in Nature magazine, which is a top magazine. They published only big results which are recognized by the community, and it talks about ITACA, a deep neural network. It's clear where the name comes from. That's for restoration of ancient texts and chronological attribution of ancient Greek signatures. Epigraphics, that's signatures made on stone or hard surface, which are, and mostly it's about tomb stones, which the antique world left us. And we're talking about from 7th century BC and 5th century AD. So that's more than 1,000 years. And tenths, even hundreds of thousands of those tombstones were discovered, were found, and with signatures on them. And there is a center in the United States and in Italy where they store the images of all these epigraphic objects. Most often these are, like I said, tombstones, but not necessarily. These can be on the walls of temples, where the letters are cut in stone at the wall. And the standard situation, this is a text which belongs to Acropolis in Athens, and part of the text was lost. So 2,000 years passed. And when 100,000 epigraphic signatures are loaded into neural network, and the supervisor, the expert, explains to neural network what's missing, what's been erased, and what cannot be restored, these knowledge are added into the neural network, and once some new epigraphic facility is given to the neural network with the erased letters, or there's a crack, well, and letters are missing, the neural network that's been trained, it can decipher the object, although part of that text might be lost. And this article, which was published in Nature magazine, it said the Packard Humanities Institute, it has the collection of 178,000 of epigraphic texts, signatures, and they cover 84 ancient regions, chronological information recorded in various formats. It is available at some places and not available on others. On the one hand, it's important to decipher the text and then put a proper date and geographic attribution to these texts, meaning where they come from. As of today, the sample that's being processed by a machine, it has more than 78,000 of these epigraphic signatures. And this makes it possible with high precision to perform those attributes and decipher the texts. Now, what can be added here? Here we see the algorithm about how the program does the deciphering. Here we see how it determines the region and the attribution to a particular region or the date. It can work with the dates within the 30 years interval if you take 1,000-year retrospective. So the system has learned quite well, and it can perform controlled dating and attributions and restore the signatures. And when we say controlled, it means that there are epigraphic memorials which make it known, and neural network use that material as reference material. And from that, you can see where mistakes are made and what is the percentage. And this is interesting because you can't achieve 90% with these tasks. And here we see that historians who are working without this system on their own, the percentage of their error, and here we see this number, it's 25%. 25%, that's precision, 25% correct. And Ithaca precision is 62% without human involvement. And when a person starts and Itaka work together, and it's 72%. And this is a very good percentage for such complex sources. And this is viewed upon as one of the key achievements of using artificial intelligence in antique studies. So I'm approaching the end, and this is a well-known Venetian time machine. It means that the largest Venetian archive, which is a collection of historical documents and archive materials going back thousands of years of the existence of the archive, and the European Union allocated financing in the amount of 1 billion euro. Well, we can't even dream about such support here. So they allocated 1 billion euro to create full digital copies of Venetian archive, and after that, there are 12 other cities in Europe with large cultural heritage, and this 1 billion euro will be spent to create digital copies of those unique archive materials, and use artificial intelligence to recognize those materials, which are mostly handwritten, and further on analyze the life of such city as Venice throughout 10 centuries, and identify the social communities that existed there, the networks of interaction which were united through business or other social notions. So it's from the grassroots level, from micro level to micro level, describe this city and how people lived in it. And then there is this job of machine recognition of handwritten texts and the objectives which are being resolved here. And this archive has been in the existence for 10 years. And throughout these 10 years, they study how the pandemic spread in the medieval city. How was the interaction between economic actors in the city, and how the roads and canals and the city infrastructure was built and destroyed. And 3D reconstructions are used to create 3D models of those buildings which disappeared after some time, but what was left are the drawings and the description. So it's a total project to study the life of a big city in a 1,000-year period. And it is in contact with Venetian University and a very advanced Swiss Federal Technological Institute in Lausanne. And head of the project is Professor Frederick Kaplan. He is an IT specialist, but his vision, he supervises this huge infrastructure of the project, and that includes 80 kilometers of shelves in the State Archive in Venice, and day after day, meter by meter, they're being digitized. And the final thing, I'll say several words about the international conference, Digital Humanities. That is quite a big community, international community, working on digital projects in the area of humanities and history. And they organized annual conferences of 500, 1,000 participants, and I did take part in them. And the topic of AI is represented there. It is not dominating, but its share is growing year after year. This year it was in Venus. And what we see here is a brief overview of the types of tasks that emerge in the sphere of AI with historians at these congresses. And one can see there's a cross-section of countries and how historians are using these methods of approach, and that's archaeology and preservation of cultural heritage. And as in conclusion, I would like to say that we see that historians are using, well, I wouldn't say big data, that's a special type of sources, but they use big data sets, big masses of data, and they are being included into the research historians do, and that's explained by the algorithms of artificial intelligence, and the experience shows that the use of this approach is efficient when historians and IT specialists work together. Our own experience in our department confirms that fully, that what we need are interface projects where historians and IT specialists work together. And I would like to finish my keynote lecture. Thank you. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we have time for one short question, and you can press the button and use your microphone, but please be brief. Colleagues, so there are no questions. Leonid Iosifovich, thank you very much for such a absolutely captivating and interesting lecture and very informative content. Let's welcome the keynote lecturer. And now we turn to those two speakers who yesterday were not capable, because due to certain circumstances, it wasn't convenient for them to speak time-wise. Now we'll hear a report about model of decision-making in studying the architect Anton Kolonian, the model of decision-making in individual and collective natural methods to study human and society. Anton Kolonian from Novosibirsk. Our colleagues, good evening. And please choose a Russian channel at the bottom. There is like a globe. Okay, we can hear you very well. Let me start the slides. Yes, we can. Colleagues, good evening. And today I would like to talk about the work which I was doing for the past 20 years in a number of research centers. And the work is a computable cognitive model, like based on social evidence and restricted by resources. And there are references to corresponding publications. And the questions we're trying to find answers to using a multidisciplinary approach and a number of fundamental studies in various areas, which I'll refer to on other slides. The questions which are of interest for us, why we do what we do, and why we join into the cohort which are hostile to each other, how we are manipulated by psychotherapists, politicians, marketologists, and crooked people, and conmen, and how what's scary about AI and how do we create friendly AI. So the fundamentally, the principle which we use for our work, this is presenting our knowledge in the form of graphs. We can say that any form of knowledge, human or machine, is based on graphs, and partially these graphs, they are unlabeled. So these graphs, these are the graphs of neural networks, machine or natural ones, or these are semantic graphs, marked graphs, which work with a linguistic concept. which to a certain extent can relate to what we call cognition or self-cognition, if we talk about self-perception of human being or intentional decision-making processes. We also realize that human behavior cannot be described or modeled using a standard graphic theory of graphs. Hypergraphs are needed, or metagraphs, which make it possible to take into account several concepts in connection, or take several entities into account. And at the same time, graphs as such can be part of the graphs of the higher level. For example, if we say that a human being believes that Earth is flat, or that Earth is populated by elephants, or that Earth is populated by aliens, this belief can have a certain truth, or it can be false in the context of other people. But what other people think regarding the opinion of others, it can also be an object of belief or disbelief, or a life experience. And ultimately, the total sum of relations, what one think about certain events, can be a matter of belief. So each connection in the graph, each can be described in binary graphs, which comprise other graphs and subgraphs. And this is the model of hypergraphic or metagraphic representation of knowledge. And these graphs, they are weighted. It means that any binary or hypergraphic connection, on the one hand, it can be true or false. These are probabilistic graphs in their simplistic representation. So they implement the fuzzy logic methods in this system of a logical model of probabilistic logic, which Evgeny Mityaev is developing at the Novosibirsk State University. Or this is non-axiomatic reasoning system of Pi Wang, or is the Ben Goetzel probabilistic logic theory within atom space and singularity net projects. Decision-making can be described as an inductive logic on hypergraphs, where known logical operations like Elise, abduction, deduction, and induction are used. On the other hand, decision-making from the point of view of foreign scholars under Carl Friston, it can be described according to the free energy principle, which, simply put, mean that every thinking agent makes decisions and builds predictive models regarding the surrounding reality and their own behavior in that reality to minimize the prediction errors. And it's important that once we minimize the prediction error, and when we maximize the probability of correct behavior or correct decision in the environment, this probability refers not just to the response of our reaction of the environment to our decision, but also to the assessment of those decisions and actions by our social and social environment. We are social beings, and the assessment of social action comes through the social environment in which we exist. And here we come close to what cognition is, or self-awareness is. We say that it's a social phenomenon, and a human being understand its existence in natural environment, or self-awareness, self-realization through the relationship with other members of the collective. And here we talk about Vladimir Lefebvre theory of self-awareness as social reflection, and where human behavior is viewed upon as a result of interaction with other members of the socium. We can also talk about the model of socium as a hierarchy of functional systems, and a separate individual is viewed upon as a functional system of the medium level, and behavior which might be based on the hierarchy of functional systems, which are responsible for different functional systems of the human body. And on the other hand, the upper levels, the functional system of a separate human being. It includes the functional systems of those communities a human being is part of, and not hierarchically, but it's a hierarchy. So a person might be a part of the family, of the company, of a community, and ultimately the nation. And an important component of our work is that the model, which I'm going to talk about further, it describes quite well the phenomenon which were analyzed as part of sociological studies by Robert Cialdini. And it's a social proof method, meaning that human beings make decisions based on relations with what they do and say from the point of view of how it is viewed by the socium. Taken all together, we used several principles that substantiate the decisions made. That's minimization of results consumed, and here is the principle of limited resources. The next component is maximization of the probability of the expected positive assessment for their actions and judgments. That's the principle of free energy, which is applied to a social environment of an individual that acts in it. The next principle, the use of wisdom of crowd or social proof for self-assessment and decision-making when it's indefinite. That's a social proof method by Robert Cialdini. And in accordance with Piotr Anokhin, we view socium as dynamic hierarchy of reflexive or functional systems. On this slide is what we call a socially proven model of decision-making or cognition, when we can identify graphs or subgraphs in the model, which can be used to describe human behavior. Bottom part of the slide shows the area of facts. These are facts which are described as semantic relations, and they are at the input during the perception process of the daily reality. And depending on other components, these facts can be used either for decision making or they can be disregarded as not applicable to our existing model of reality. The foundation graph, area of belief, and this is what's not to be discussed. This is what we inherit from our mother or learned at school, crammed at school, and these are the assessment which are imposed on us by the previous life and previous experience. On the left, it's the area of social connections or social graph we are submersed into on this historical period, and it is based on the principles and the axioms which are the area of our belief. So we don't talk to people who adhere to other principles. We prefer people who share our principles. And then in the right part of this model, it's the imagination graph. This is where decisions are made. The way the decisions are made is that when you have input facts and you match them with the social relations from whom we receive the information, who is capable of assessing our action, and how do we attribute to these particular people. And finally, we can have this formula where the assessment, this is P and the left part, it is in the aggregate of compatibility of various aspects of the reality that is perceived by us, and with the axioms or elements of belief that we have at a particular point. And on the other hand, it is a derivative of the actual expressed or hypothetical attitude imagined by us to words and actions from the side of our social surrounding. It can be visualized in the following way. So we get different facts from the sources with different levels of trust, and these facts are weighted on the one hand on the basis of our social connections, and on the other hand on the basis of those truths which cannot be doubted. And using that, we apply them to facts or actions which we do or not do. And the details and the publications below on the slide. And on the basis of this model, we can explain various methods of manipulation, which are widely known, and which are practiced in marketing and psychological operations, and various manipulations by marketologists and conmen. And the first method is excessive proof, excessive evidence, when that's 25th frame, when the same information is repeated multiple times. We get used to that, and if lies is repeated many times, it becomes truth. Another manipulation method, or soft manipulation, that's multiple social proof, when there are different people, they perform a certain action, or they demonstrate a certain attitude to particular facts or actions. This can be highly valuable social proof when we see a certain behavior from the people with a high level of trust or high authority in our eyes. And finally, the most challenging method of manipulation, and the most exquisite one, when all the previous fail, this is implicit evidence injection, when a human being is convinced step by step in things which a person agrees with, but then overall the notions which are injected into his or her cognition, they become the sum total of things which are capable to changing the behavior, and the person starts doing things which previously they thought are abnormal in a good or bad sense. So in particular, this model demonstrates how natural social polarization takes place when there is a homogeneous socium, and in the conditions of either when there is no external pressure, or there is targeted external influence, when it is broken down into clusters. So we can say if it's in calm status, then step by step there will be clusters formed in it. So if we talk about people who have preferences for color of clothing, then we'll see the clusters formed of people who will be wearing dark shirts or light shirts. And if there is no external pressure, they might become enemies until there is external influence from people who prefer, who have preferences opposite to ours. And then if we're close to each other in our preferences, we'll have to clusterize or socialize in order to counter the external cluster or the external force which has an impact on us. And from this, we can conclude how certain external impacts, socio-informational, could result in destruction of the community, or separation between the people, or the emergence of hostility, or vice versa. These could be information and cultural interactions which are capable to consolidate society and result in cooperation between the members of the socium. And finally, a practical work which we do, that's what we call platform, a social computing platform with open code. We developed the system which can analyze social communications and financial communications in different online media, starting with online networks and messengers and open ecosystems like blockchain, so that by identifying interactions in these networks and by building making analytical conclusions and the system of belief and the system of reputation and trust of certain groups and leaders and the participants of communities, so that it could be used in this both in the decision-making systems and the systems of analysis to predict the dynamics of community. Thank you for your attention.
Now we have one question. Don't go offline yet, please. So, Anton, yeah, thank you very much. Colleagues, can you tell us that the application of your model, can it be used to manipulate somebody into making a decision that is not beneficial, like a suicide? This is Cialdini in his work, in his paper, that is this is one chapter is on suicide, the whole chapter. So of course, yeah, possible. And theoretically, yeah, you can see. Really, Robert Cialdini, he showed it as a phenomenologically on statistical materials, and 1 or 2 decades on the media of the United States, and we built mathematical model of how this works. Thank you very much. And are there any more questions? Yes, if there are no more questions, then I thank our speaker. Thank you. And now what we have is we carry on, and I just mix the program with the agreement of all our colleagues. Thanks for the understanding, all those online and offline. And now I think we can invite to the stage with just a second, Alexei Raschodchikov, who was asking the questions. So this is Raschodchikov, candidate of science technology, chairman of the board of the Gorod Moscow Urban Center, Moscow, Russia. Predictive analytics based on online communication. I'm going to be talking about on data analysis in social networks, social media, and the processes that happen in a city, in the Gorod center, urbanistic center, and the data analysis. Sometimes sociologists, they're quite skeptical. The use of neural network, and their skepticism has logic, and it has its truth. And now we live in the time when things change really quickly, and there is a lot of new phenomena, new events, and big volumes of information happen. And so these and the speeds they demand the combination of humanitarian methods, sociological methods, with technical systems, and the ability to model beyond any doubt. And I did ask the question of the previous speaker, when non-critical cybernetic models, synergetic models, transplantation to the human society causes this. At best, incorrect results, and at worst, we get quite a painful changes for the people. And we must never forget that attempting to come to the conclusions and predict events and make decisions in respect of people, people are the guinea pigs here, and this is not quite ethical. So sometimes you think about consequences. It's quite tremendous, really, and it is very difficult with the universities here because in different disciplines we um, use different theories, and naturally, not only we have to come to an agreement, but in practice it is very important to agree what's the cornerstone or what are the basic models and theories that we use, that we employ. And analyzing social processes, you cannot have any mathematical or statistical methods used to have the good data. Which, if we don't use tried and tested technologies there with sociology, and for many years we've been studying social networks under the combination of various sciences and methods is required here. The data set on the first wave of COVID, that was more than 30 million messages, textual messages, and of course these cannot be processed by people, even if you take all the students of the Philology Institute. And the second problem is in that many sociological and linguistic methods developed for the analysis of mass media, they do not work on the social networks data, because the nature of the data is different. In media and literature, we often have the text, written text, and in social network we have communication, and that is not always. It is structured communication between people. It's not always dialogue. In the classical method, the content analysis, and other simple methods of sociology, they don't give good enough results. And here, this is why here we really we study the situation in cities. For 9 years, I worked in the construction industry in Moscow, reduction of risk with conflicts with population, with people when running construction. So this is the system of systems, that is the city, and very different processes happen there. This is the transportation system, communication, finance, education, healthcare, food, groceries, deliveries, all of these processes, they're happening not just at the same time, but they are interconnected. So if there is a breakdown in the traffic light, then the bread has not been delivered. So the large city, it is not the same as 100 years. You could just think about a city that, London, is it going to be full of the horse manure that you couldn't live there. And now everything is really fast and multi-dimensional, and the methods of modeling that we need to have digital systems. That is inevitable. And here, what we describe the analytical procedures that for many years. There was a case from our practices and for many years we've been building a system of reacting to conflict situations that happen in Moscow, until we saw the task that was set with the task of predicting renovation started in Moscow, and the foundation for renovation fund foundation said there will be 35 construction sites. Can you predict which sites will cause us problems with the people, with the residents? We could not predict it, having analyzed the data in social networks. And this is when we introduced the method, and the method combines the sociological theory and the method and linguistic analysis methods. And here, this is an analyst technology is used here. Deep meaning analysis of a Russian language text in English. English language, there's plenty of programs there, the neural network programs there. Why they don't work in Russian? Maybe thank God for that, for them not working in Russia. in the conditions that we have now. And it is the structure of the language, and English language is directive, quite simple, and Russian is composite, and not everything is not everything could be split into simple rules. And we today, the monitoring systems, they make it possible to upload data online, and we can see what happens in real time. And here we can see the first error that we see very often. Colleagues who unfortunately work in authorities, and it helps them make decisions. It would have been better if it didn't help them make decisions, because when somebody who does the key methodology in for example, for the ideologies, and analyzes data in the media, and he says, having analyzed the social networks, we draw conclusions on public opinion, and this is just a delirium by definition. This is just crazy. Publications in the media, in mass media, and communication people in social networks does not reflect the public opinion, and sometimes it's even totally opposite. And a very shining example is the renovation program. When it started, Sobyanin announced it, and the negative messages in social media exceeded everything that was happening 5 years before that, prior to that. And more than 300 experts, they said why innovation is horrible, bad, and how wrong everybody is. And this wave of activity stopped at this time, when there was a sociological survey done, and there was other centers, FCOM and others, they did that. And Alexei Navalny, he did that. And also, I just then have to say again that Alexei Navalny is the extremist. So quoting him, we have to mention that he's an extremist. He's a bastard. Yeah, I'm not. I'm just saying that legally we have, according to the current law, we have to. We studied him, and I could actually assess him. Yes, subjectively. This is what I think. But now we saw a lot of negative information in social networks, and the program had to be cut down, shut down. In social survey, 75% they supported the renovation program, and in 80% in blocks of flats that were relocated. So you cannot judge what's happening by what's happening in social networks. So this is the first signal network that signals us about the issues that happen. And if we see these problems fast enough, we can react, but it will not, it is not analogous to public opinion in any way. And so what do we do within this model? That is based on social stress, models of social stress. This is the emotional. Using emotional words in and the growth of the emotional discourse. So more emotion in communication. Same word, emotionally could cause so bad, awful, disgusting, etc. So a lot of words, different, they're different strength and different meaning of these words, and based on that, we can build a model. We can analyze the model. We can analyze the communication, and if we see that the level of aggression is on increase, and the use of these really highly emotionally charged expressions, then the conflict is on the increase, and it is moving to the acute phase, and this is the model as built. Here, of course, we colleagues who are doing the professional linguistics, and then that is not my purview, and we can have a look at how it was used in large projects. in the construction of metro lines to the underground line, and it could be from any system of monitoring. So this chance analytics, it should probably give you this, I think, in the meteorology gives the least relevant data from all the monitoring systems, and there is no dynamic there. There is certain increase of certain events, and that doesn't give a big analysis key in terms of the prediction at all. So it, for some reason, it started, the pages stopped turning. I don't know why, and not yet. It's going again. So naturally, the types of sources, that is not very interesting. And here we can see this is aggression in textual intercourse, and these posts and comments and other formats and different media, and of course, more than anything, that's in the comments, not in actual publication, not in posts, and that adds the complication that makes it so more complex, because the technological solution that is demanded, that is required at the different levels, the issue technologically. So there is the program solution to analyze dialogue, communication dialogue. There is it doesn't exist, and how the vectors agree, disagree, for, against. What are the arguments said? And this model should have been there. And of course, we might have this model at some point. We may have. And this comparative analysis here. This is everything. If everything was okay, then the large. This is the southeast, northeast, and we could see that the conflicts are out of control, and the level of the animosity that was very high, and it did not end with the public unrest, but this negativity will still remain, and the level of social tension will still be there. And we showed it. Why do we talk about predictive analytics and support in decision making? What's the most important function here of this approach? It makes it possible to determine every conflict that started or ended ends with a war, and not every conflict ends with severe consequences. A lot of conflict situations in a society, they kind of fizzle out and then are forgotten. And it is not always that we need a reaction to these events occurring. We need to understand where you have to react, where you don't have to react, and where you have to make emergency decision. And the model makes it possible to predict the development of the conflicts and make decisions based on what you do in this situation. And that's it. Now it's all gone. What's gone? It's right, great. What's occurred is the reboot of consciousness, the reboot of the mind. So, but actually, I did show everything I wanted to, so I could end it here. So, colleagues, being really quick. Thank you for that. Particularly, do you have any questions? Thank you once again. Thank you. And now we have another from the previous day who objectively could not. It was not very good to get into timing there. So we have Ivan Kruglov. So Kruglov Ivan Alexandrovich are going to read everything. And this is the machine learning and computational materials design. This is the section that we moderated with Elizaveta, director of the Pushkin Museum. And so Kruglov, PhD in condensed matter physics, head of the computational material design laboratory, MIPT University, senior research fellow, Dukhov Automatics Research Institute, and senior research fellow, Expansio, Moscow, Russia, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. So please greet our speaker. Hello, thanks for the invitation. Yeah, I just wanted to tell you about the machine learning methods I used in the computer design of materials, and I'll show you by the example of what we do in our laboratory in MIPT and what it is material design. This and why machine learning here. Maybe computer design of materials. This is a search of new materials with unique properties using computer methods, computer methodology. And why do we need that? So that we can find new materials for new applications, like, for example, superconductors, really tough solid materials, etc. If we have an input, we have some composition, and then now algorithm we want it to predict the crystalline structure. And if we know the positioning of the atoms, then we can talk about the properties of the material. And if we can talk about the properties, then we can look for new magnetic materials and superconductors. And the computer, this software that can do that. And one of the methods was developed by Artyom, who did this keynote at the conference here, but maybe would be most interested to get a reverse the task. We know the property, and then we come up to the composition and the structure. So why machine learning here, and how we can use that? And first here, this is the quantum mechanic calculations. We can speed that up. Schrodinger's and similar equations. It is a kind of basic thing in all our methods, and the replacement of these equations changed by the machine learning. And the second one, the new methods of computer design that can transition to the new scale. And this is from small scale to micrometers, millimeters, so the larger size. So the machine learning could be doing that, and now the we can machine learning the structure. They could actually see the structure and predict the properties. We can do it to speed up the current models that we do have and to build the models that did not exist at all. And so we have the material, the properties, certain physical models, and we can, based on the statistics, we can actually build it. And then the last one, this is development of the algorithms of the optimization of the composition and the structure for the particular properties that we need, the hardest or the material with unique properties or whatever. But slowly, a little bit, I just wanted to show you the each example of which one. This is the new method computer design of materials, and this is the phase diagram of different substances, and all of them have a low temperature phase. This is the iron, titanium, uranium, tungsten, and all the others. And the high temperature phase, they have unique properties. And the methods that I showed you at the second slide, they only worked for the temperature 0 Kelvin, and these are the methods, and they're listed. And one of the methods that we did for ourselves, that is the method that works at higher temperatures, any temperature, and we can use the material, search for the materials at any temperature. They're aluminium. This is different phase diagram, different partial pressure and temperature. It's magnesium Cl3. This is the mineral that we have in a lot in Earth. This defines the seismic properties of Earth. And the other methods also, there are other methods of being developed. For example, the method for the prediction of the two-dimensional materials, two-dimensional properties. So there are two-dimensional. This is graphenes, H-burens, and H-burens that could have unique properties. So the development of this method is very interesting. Also, the development of the methods of intergrain borders. For example, two materials where there is a joint, there is a new structure that could give unique properties to the resulting materials. Here at the bottom, there is a picture. Here in the middle, that is the growth of dendrites in lithium-ion batteries, and these dendrites, they impact time of work of the battery. If they grow, then the battery, the lifetime is not very long, and if it doesn't grow, then it lasts a long time. So this is intergrain growth. That is actually this is the method that. Without the machine learning, this method could not have been developed. They would either work really slowly or they wouldn't work at all. The next block, it's search for the new optical materials, for example, and I wanted to show you the optical anisotropy, and this is, for example, two rays, and then you have polarization, parallel and perpendicular, and the optical axis is like that. There are two rays then, and there's different. This is the coefficient in different coefficients along the optical axis, where it is used in monitors, in lasers, in conductors, wave conductors, and this delta n between the coefficients along different axes of the crystal. It could be experimental, it could be with theoretical calculations, and we did a very good correlation between experiment and theory. So this is a coefficient here. So these are the different refraction indexes here, and then extinction coefficient. So you can see the good agreement between the experiment and the theory. That is for molybdenum disulfide and H nitrate, boron nitrate. So that worked also. The machine learning here is that all these calculations that take a lot of time, and we wanted to come up with a method to calculate it quickly, the optical properties really quickly, and that has been done. The method has been on the right. There is a database of materials that we gathered, and this is the database. Very good visualization that we did. A lot of different materials, nitrates and oxides, boron F materials, and different methods were employed. We calculated optical properties, and the machine learning has been done, and how it works is on the picture on the right. This depends on the calculated and real values, and you can see depending on the. And we have a model for the machine learning, which can calculate the material properties. We could take other databases, do the screening on these databases of the materials that we have, and get the best. Jarvis database was taken, it's on the right, and then the new, all the structures, they were calculated here. The double ray refraction here, and then you can see the blue and the new database. There are a lot of small multicolored points. Sometimes they do overlap, sometimes they don't. But for this new database, and the optical properties were taken, the best materials were taken out of that, and now we are studying it experimentally. And the last, it's not least, but it's about we want unique properties, materials with unique properties. So we design material with unique properties, and it's steels, for instance, steels used in the reactor. What is steel? Steel is an alloy with iron and a lot of nickel, chromium, molybdenum, carbon, etc. All the additives and the concentration would determine the properties of steel, and thermal and mechanical treatment of steel, of course. And one of the goals that one of the tasks we're working on, a new composition of steels for nuclear reactors, the walls of the nuclear reactors, and nuclear waste as well. So the reactor itself, and on the left it's the fuel cells and the wall of the nuclear reactor. And they were they were picking its trial and error method, and then they were systematizing. The best was chosen, and that's how it was done before, and it was used in production. And we wanted to come up with a computer method that would actually optimize to get to the steel with optimal properties, and that is the optimization task when we want to find the property of steel as a function from different concentrations of different additives and thermal treatment, and to have the minimum or the maximum of this function. It's on the right, and you can see it. We want to go into the global minimum of this function, so not locally. So to find a steel with a minimal some property or the maximum property, doesn't matter. And what we need is a model that will calculate the properties of steel, and the property was the endurance, and then the endurance and length of strength and endurance of the steel. So how long a time it would withstand. So many 500 Celsius and so many hours, and then the actual this limit will be quite high. And a model was developed to predict these limits. And you see the model is very good model, and the error is very low. This is the confirmation of the model on the left. There is a picture. Y is the limit that we are calculating. Different colors is the temperature, and on the X is the time that it was tested. And brown dots, these are experimental, and this is the model that drew. This is the steel. That model never actually saw that. So for the new composition, we can predict the properties with quite a good accuracy. And this was the model that we had. It was developed. The algorithm optimization was developed that. We can improve the properties. This is the animation that shows how operationally the algorithm starts improving the properties that we ask it to. So each operation it's increases, and gets to the certain maximum, and then it doesn't change. So every rotation, every dot gives us new composition of the steel. So it's not just we push the algorithm to go towards the properties that we need, and we've picked and selected the candidate materials. There was a list of candidates, and now we are synthesizing them. We are smelting them. We went to the production area where it's happening now experimentally. It is confirmed that what we've done, and the first results that the experimenters they sent us. It's very good agreement with our data. This is last case. Will show us not hitting the database of materials. We managed to teach the machine so to get the materials with set properties better than before. So that's it. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Colleagues, are there any more questions? I understand the topicality of the topics is not as diverse as yesterday. No questions. Okay, then thank you once again. And I'm glad that we are within the time slot. And now Olga Lavrenova. So that we are on time, and Doctor in Philosophy, PhD in Geographical Sciences, leading research fellow, Cultural Studies Division, Union RAS, honorary member of the Russian Academy of Sciences, president of the International Association of Semiotic of Space and Time. She'll be talking about the semiotic concept of the cultural landscape as a research optic for the study of the spatial organization of society. Please welcome the speaker. Thank you very much. I'm very glad to be part of this highly respected conference, and it's my second time. And thank you, Grigory Rafaelovich. It's an interesting interdisciplinary event which demonstrates to us different aspects of humanitarian sciences and natural sciences. And my main area of expertise is the semiotics of cultural landscape. I'm a geographer and a philosopher. And I believe that this is one of the ways to not only understand the world around us, the landscape, but also to understand the main laws of self-organization of society as a society through organization of its external environment. The society self-identifies itself and understands itself. A human being has long ago become a geological power, as Vernadsky said, our great scientist. And there are two areas of change of geographical medium by a human. The first one is physical change, which unfortunately is more has a more negative aspect, although there is melioration and land improvement. But as we see on the photograph here, there are the entire islands of trash in the ocean, and the quarries, open pit mines, which are visible from the space because they expose the body of Earth in large scales. So semiotic concept of the cultural landscape, it has to do with non-material change of the environment. And one might ask, how can you change the environment with immaterial means? Well, for example, if we take Alaska, then there is this mountain which is called Denali. And yes, in some archaic times, it probably didn't have a name. Then among the Indian tribes, it was called Tenadaut Hinalausi. And then when the Russian came to Alaska and it was Russian territory, it was just a big mountain called Big Mountain in Russian, of course. And later on, when Alaska ownership transferred to the United States, according to the analogy and the transcription of the English language from the local Indian languages, it became Denali. In 1896, one of the researchers and artists and the governors of Alaska, McKinley, renamed the mountain, and for a long time it was called Mount McKinley. And in the end of 20th century, when the Indians could claim the rights and opinions, the Indian community of Alaska was resentful because today the name, they returned the name which was of Indian origin. So what the adventures of this toponym teaches us, this is a clear indicator when the same object, even purely toponomically, it belongs to various communities, and via toponym, this community claims its rights. And it might seem, well, what's the difference? What its name? But as we see, the Indian communities, the local communities, they did not believe it to be right that the mountains, which used to be sacred mountain, and we know that highest peaks in different regions, they usually of sacral significance. And this sacral mountain is named after McKinley, who has nothing to do with their ancient beliefs and sacral aspects. We of course know that our great Soviet and Russian and Estonian countryman Yuri Lotman, who is the founder of Moscow School of Semiotics, he created semiosphere work, which is also a concept, and according to Lotman, semiosphere is the space where various semiotic processes can happen without translation. So it's like a bubble, a field within which everyone can understand each other. So it's a field of mutual understanding. Later on, in the end of 20th century, many scholars and geographers started analyzing this notion from a different angle. They tried to add substance to this logical construct and connect it with the surface of the Earth. And as a result, the construct, whose initial intention was to describe and be a methodological frame in humanitarian domain, in culture, and describe semiotic process in culture, now it is applied to physical space, geographical space. And that's due to the fact that the notions which a human being use, especially with respect to spatial elements or geographical elements, now it is attached to this physical space. So a cultural landscape, and we know that there are quite many definitions of cultural landscape which go back to the 20th century, and they go back to our Soviet period, where Soviet cultural landscape was viewed upon from the material viewpoint, the artifacts, the monuments, and since the end of 20th century, in our geography, it is now viewed upon as the information in space and information about the space. And taking into account this fact and this information component, the cultural landscape is now a system of science where most of the rules of semiotics are followed. And the system of science of cultural landscape is broken down into elementary components, which are much more sophisticated, where much more sophisticated systems are broken down into subsystems and science. And we see that any physical landscape, its toponyms, its designations, and the meanings assigned to it, it transfers into the domain of science. Now, among the symbolic processes, and first of all in culture and then in cultural landscape, there is cognitive theory of metaphor. When we use metaphor to learn about notions which are difficult to comprehend, because it is through similarity that a person is capable of understand things which are beyond human level of comprehension. And metaphor is part of the system of science, part of the semiosphere. It can be a basis for research, scientific research, because in the beginning of 21st century, such a construct as baseline metaphor of the researcher emerged. So human being or researcher first chooses and generates a metaphor, and then through that metaphor discovers main provisions of the material studied. And it is also the basis of the semiotic theory of the cultural landscape. We know that in the cognitive theory of metaphor, there is a notion of source and or goal or projection. And we see that if we have the source, which is clear and simple, and there is a sophisticated complex item which we cannot understand, we take major elements, similar elements from the source, and in this way we format this complicated goal. to make it clear for us and understandable for us. But for the landscape, it is for the landscape components, the most widespread metaphorical projections are a human body, which works both ways. For example, as you remember, there was this movie, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, as one of the examples where McMurphy tells this chief that you are as huge as a mountain. And comparison of a human being with a mountain is quite widespread in literature and in the culture. And different elements of human body, they can also be perceived as different elements of the landscape, or reverse projection, when elements of landscape are perceived as human faces or human bodies. Moreover, the languages and different languages of the Indo-European group, they have metaphors which talk about the foot of the mountain and the shoulder of the mountain. So landscape elements, they're perceived as a human body, or eyes as lakes, this metaphor. And the most important research metaphor, which flows from a semiotic approach into a different humanitarian approach, it's now it's very popular to anything can be characterized as landscape. It can be characterized as text or music or life and transcendent notions. And for example, this popular book by Valery Podorogi, where he demonstrates philosophical thought as landscape. Why? It's because there are internal differences of the notion and structures, and that makes it possible to impose metaphor on the objects. Always another example, if we talked about transcendent categories, which say that a journey is always a connotation with life, the flow of life, or the river and the movement, and it is also viewed upon as a flow of life. Now, the image of paradise, and different researchers wrote a lot about it. So this is well, it has specific connotations with medieval fine arts. And the garden is usually portrayed not as a natural phenomenon, but as man-made, which is portrays where a culture and space join, and as a semiotic filling in of the space, how it can help different economic projects. Well, you know yourself that, for example, building of the Baikal and Amur railroad or other objects, so those Komsomol construction sites, that was all connected with a rather big flow of information and semiotization of these objects, and assigning the heroism to them and attractiveness, and a place where, well, the best expectations and hopes are fulfilled, where people mature, etc. And sometimes this was the way to create cultural sites. I often example, I mention the city of Myshkin, which is on the Volga. Well, it's nothing special comparing to other cities. It's on the way of movement of tourist cruise ships, and the clever people, they created a museum of mice there, and they created a legend which became a basis of their toponym, and they agreed with the companies which perform those journeys, and now it's a large tourist center. So new meanings are created, and new points of the map appear in this way. Another moment connected with semiotics of space and how the society modifies itself. And these are monuments which have always been installed in the memory of something as a sign of as historical memory, and at some point these monuments become redundant, or they symbolize an epoch which is long gone, and people tear them down. So the ideology changes, and people start fighting with this ideology in this landscape. They clean the landscape in order to build new science. This is an interesting example with the human state, but they use the overhead projector to show this BLM sign, and hence they changed its meaning. And finally, how our semiotic systems and metaphors, how they influence our mental constructs, which we use to comprehend and do research projects. Well, we do it automatically, forgetting, for example, that in geography, the landscape is perceived exclusively from the point of view of metaphor and hierarchy. So any spatial system is perceived as hierarchy of different centers and the hierarchy of different components of the society, which then find their reflection in space. An alternative approach here, which emerged in the end of 20th century, is the rhizoma, when space, they say space cannot be structured, and they say it's as fluid and unpredictable as this rhizome. And to conclude, so space, which is fertilized with meaning of human society, it becomes both the result of activity of person and culture, and it becomes a frame which at the same time impacts on human cognition, which is raised within the environment as these signs and symbols dissipated in space. Or what researchers in St. Petersburg talk about very often. They say that St. Petersburg mentality is a special mentality, how it is passed on through the centuries, and how the stones and monuments of St. Petersburg, what impact they have thanks to the literature, and how they impact the people who are raised here and how they form their cognition. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please welcome the speaker. Are there any questions here? No questions. Thank you, Alexandrovna, very much. And it's Andrei Viktorovich. Are you with us? If you are, please turn on the Russian channel. Yes, good day. Yes, we can hear you.
This is all wonderful. It's all working. So now we start Andrei Yermak, Minister of Culture and Tourism of Kaliningrad region, and creative industries through the creativity and through the humanitarian development. Andrei, please. On the topic, so Yermak Andrei, Minister of Culture and Tourism of the Kaliningrad region, and I'll be talking creative industry through creativity and technology toward the social responsibility and human development. I wanted to share how we built this in our region, what we put the emphasis on, and what the results are for as of now. What we stressed here was we put the emphasis on education. I've not been pressing anything. Andrei, I'm so sorry. Andrei, I'm so sorry. You very, very slow is the video from you, so we can't hear you. Maybe we turn the video off, turn your video off, and then is it good now? Now it's good. Now it was okay. We waited and we waited and there was nothing. I'll try speaking now. Yeah, I just wanted to start the first slide, and if you can start the first slide. Alexei, first slide, please. Next slide. The creative industry and three circles there. Now we can see it. I don't see the slide here, and now we can see it. And so to save time, and of course the creative industry is a very fashionable subject that is on the joint of culture and creativity. And the industry and the creative industry here, I think that most importantly here is that what we want to put a stress on when we talk about the creative industries is that not the attempt at how to correctly do this. And most important topic is probably that we can work on. This is the education, of course, and this would be a good tool. The School of Creative Industries, which is very actively developing in the country, and there are various vectors here. Our Ministry of Culture is actually supervising this. Next slide, please, if you could. And I could tell you that in our region, we started working with creative industries in the education with the School of Creative Industries, which is a part of our branch of the Russian State Institute of Scenic Arts, the Isle of Kant that is being built in the Kaliningrad region on decree of the president. And this School of Creative Industries is already running. It's all working in a whole range of these students that have to do with colleagues that are curators in different physics that kids that are doing that, it's so that they practice all the time straight away in this context of this social. Andre, we keep losing you. Andre, we keep losing you. So straight away, this is now. This is a little bit. It's your internet probably is very slow now. It's a little bit better. You know, it's just wait. You start talking, you talk, and then we lose you. And maybe move the computer somehow. I tried it, and can you hear me? Yeah, we can hear you, but when you speak, we do hear you very well, and then it goes great, 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 and then it disappears. We do the stress on education, creative industries, and the project of social nature. The probably non-financial. No, there is no financial payback. And it gives us the opportunity, the large numbers of people to be involved in these projects, in the creation, and then the spread to colleagues. Why do you not have slides in Zoom? So what's this is just what's this enclave and this probably. So please, Andre. Hello, hello, Andre. Andre, we keep losing you. Andre, we keep losing. Your connection's gone. We'll wait for a couple of minutes. You'll probably find a better location for your computer. It's just we can't hear what you're saying. It's just it's very, very interesting, but we can't hear you. We keep losing you, keep missing what you're saying. And now you've gone again. Andre, you've gone. Yeah, I understand. Is there any location that you could move to on a quiet? Maybe we can give the stage to somebody else, and you'll probably speak after. If you have a good location, when you have a good connection, because we keep losing it. It's a very interesting presentation. It's a great shame that we can't hear. We don't understand what you're saying, and. Yeah, very well. I'll try to leave the conference and then connect again. So now I give the stage to to another speaker. Give the stage, and you probably get a better connection. Probably check the speed of your connection and how correct. Just in your new location from the different room, whether people can hear you well enough without interruption or not. Andre, yeah, good, yeah, very well. And now I want to ask that we have these technical problems here, and I was using the understanding of one of the key speakers. Aklebevich, are you with us? Yeah, I am with you. Please press the icon with the Russian language. Please put the Russian language on the globe at the bottom. We can't hear you. Now we have, yeah, I have it. Yeah, very good. And now I announce we have the DC in History, Director of Institute of Oriental Studies in Russian Academy of Sciences, Oleg Berov, new integrative approaches in Oriental Studies, interdisciplinary strategies to transdisciplinary. So you can greet our speaker. Hello, colleagues. For me, it is a great honor to talk at a conference like this, and it is a great pleasure that precise sciences, they go towards humanitarian knowledge, and us the Oriental Studies people were much interested in everything, but this problem of existence, this achieving the integrativity, because it is a multidisciplinary science, and we are united by the Orient and languages, and without a language, without Eastern languages, there is no Oriental studies, and through this we go into multidisciplinary level, and we have to deal with certain methodological synthesis to do with the integrity of knowledge on the Orient. And I wanted to stress here, and there was a crisis of methodology in the beginning of the 90s, and there was a complicated time, there was a difficult time, there was a historic discourse, and there was Asian methods of production, and this is the integrative level. They always make these attempts, and in the Soviet time, that the East has the radical specifics. The East is not West, the East is not the West, and everybody has its own fight. And of course, this is being overcome, and the specifics here it could be semantic equivalence. Apple Carlotta was mentioned that they interwoven here, and if there is no level of there is the notional understanding here, and the languages, they could be from language to language, there could be any meanings could be transmitted. This is the key point of the importance here. The integrative approach is, and in our case, they exist a lot of them, and in our case, beyond any doubt, we attempted the Oriental Studies specialist with different approaches, including a methodological anarchism, when practically methodology was ignored, and when just it is the descriptive work, and it's quite narrow methods, up to the attempt of the development of the ideology in and opens up the potential of and what I suggest is that this so-called the system of communication approach, and this is the this is not an approach, this is not a new approach, but it came from social, the theory of social systems, and Nicholas Lohmann, he became one of the on Parsons, basing on Parsons and Habermas, and also the critical theory, and actually what we're talking about here is the communication is the cornerstone here, and so this is the communication. This is not just communication, but this is also what we are creating in the communication. There is, in principle, there is a social, and it becomes the social, makes the social, makes cultural. The cultural norms, the social norms, they are created through the communication and with the communication. So the key points here are that are important for the integrative approaches, and how our digital time and our digitized time, how we can verify the knowledge in Oriental studies. As you know very well, in a pragmatic turn, there was a doubt: do we need these humanitarian studies, and are they sciences? Are they academies? Are they actually not in English? They say they're not social, they're social sciences. And in humanitarian, they are not, they're humanities. They're not, they're kind of the status of the scholarship. They're not quite, they are studies. They are not quite sciences. So it's quite subjective area of academia. So how to reduce the subjectivity here, the level, how to find, how to get the humanitarians data, the knowledge, how it could be verifiable for the Oriental studies is very important. So we are trying to explain somebody else's cultures and the social and political processes that happen in other countries, and we're trying to describe it in the language of our own culture. So we're doing that. The understanding of the processes and the adequate understanding of these processes, and we want to ensure the reproducibility of the results with quite a high degree of accuracy, and this is without a verification, without these tools, precise tools and digital tools, that is not possible, which is, and also plus this there are the sources, the digital sources, and they're just digital born, and they exist only in digital format, and we cannot ignore them. And in a pragmatic turn, when the human being is at the center of attention and the communication, and we are interested in communication only in this sense, how do we explain to the person who is in the middle of all these links, communication links? What we're talking about is that within a framework of the multidimensional approach, the multidimensionality actually ensures one of the most important components and systematizing basis of integrativity, because makes it possible to combine different perspectives into a single whole. And the multidimensionality and communication, we use the systematicity, and this being systematic, it's not so productive, but when you look into it together with other through communication, well, that actually gives us the opportunity to use the whole range of means and ways, statistical, mathematical, to use the digital tools, and of course the software tools, which every day they're developing and becoming more and more user-friendly, and you don't have to have special knowledge as it used to have it. Various special sub-disciplines of historical knowledge, and now like cliometry, or for example, now you just have your own, you can master your own subject and use this toolbox in order to work with in this direction. And beyond any doubt, yeah, of course, we did compare the Oriental studies as a complex science, as an integrated science, interdisciplinary. We were looking at it, and we found out that the degree of interdisciplinarity is not very high, although we have a lot of disciplines, but inside the Oriental studies, we have this purity of subject, this kind of being separate, and the total share of interdisciplinary studies is only 10-15%. That is a very low figure, and we could probably get a better result, higher percentage. But the ministry, always we go to the ministry, we go through the interdisciplinary, not disciplinary studies, but then we will have to separate the two. It's very important. And the most important direction, which has a future in interdisciplinary, that is beyond any doubt, the digitization, digital prospects of the Oriental studies. And here I just wanted to say that there is a colossal opportunity here. That there is a huge number of disciplines. The digital history of the East, and it could be developed. This area could be developed, and East and the digital linguistics, it could be also developed. It is developing, and interactive, alive dictionaries. We come up with the dictionaries where we can learn the grammar of these languages, which it could be not obvious at all, but the fantastic results. For example, Mongolian language, our colleagues, the machine translation, that we were pioneers here once upon a time, but we didn't take into account the neural networks at the right time. We didn't actually branded valued that, so we have fallen behind, and so the digital social linguistics, which has the future, has good prospects in as a part of studying Orient, digital anthropology, Eastern anthropology. This is also a sphere which is, in fact, it is actually developing, and maybe the most obvious, most pronounced successes we achieved in Eastern archaeology, digital archaeology, and at the moment we're using only not a broad range of studies, using the tools like 3D scanning, and building, fixing the data, and 3D models of various, really accurate. It could be reproduced anywhere. And so what's very important, what we do, we develop our own software. We're trying to do it that simplify the stage of archaeological studies, the results. And we also, what our advantage is, which we are very proud of, that we use digital methods and software, and using search robots underwater archaeology. This is something that's very important for us. The sphere that we're involved in, we are continuing to develop, and the source knowledge now, as a part of that, what I've heard in YouTube, this was the report of Leonid Yosifovich, who was talking about of the source knowledge, source studies, and the program, and what is involved is the idea we've been thinking about, that it is a big problem, that the problems of optical recognition of a written text, handwritten text. If we manage to do that, we've advanced really well in reading Arabic. texts, and the programs actually recognizes various handwriting trends. This belongs to one author, this to the other. So it actually the authorship could be established. That is quite an important point. But the goal that we set is understanding the text and or the situation, understanding the entire text and the context, establishing a context that without a serious project that is not possible. And our opportunities here and potential is high, and that will make it possible to provide for the breakthrough. And there is interdisciplinary sphere as Eastern digital numismatics and huge numbers of coins, and the optical recognition program could actually recognize everything we need to. In fact, we started moving towards the building large archives in various spheres of knowledge, historical and Oriental studies. And now, what can you hear me? Yeah, because I'm just talking and I don't know. Can you hear me? Hello? Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, and we can see you very well. So, yeah, I'm so sorry, just checking. Thank you very much. That's great. And so from interdisciplinary, and this is the future of transdisciplinarity that is actually has not been recognized to the end. The different associations in the US, in other countries, in countries in France, and there are association of transdisciplinary studies, and we like these very much. And now there is the whole range of areas where you get. So this is the advantages here, because interdisciplinary here, you select or you come up with a thesaurus with the notional apparatus and how to use so this transdisciplinarity, this is uh, and now it is at the crossroad of sciences, at the joint. So it's the level of elements here. This gives us a notion of the object of the study, subject of the study in the system of the knowledge, the scientific knowledge. And this is involving the practitioners who are not specialists in any of the scientific disciplines. For example, when we're practicing and when we are, is quite broadly and actively, we're practicing the scientific diplomacy when we are when the experts are getting, when we get different politicians and so they're actively working, or former politicians who have the information, and they were doing the secondary diplomacy. The diplomats of the second level, they provide for us, they ensure the experts of the knowledge, with the knowledge that we cannot have. Possibly we look from the outside inside, and we are studying this, and the inside of this, they know from the inside of the system what's happening, and It is a very good connection there, and the tie-up very good. We come to the understanding much faster, and that is beyond any unconditionally. This sphere has an excellent future. We want to develop it, and I also wanted to tell you about the that undoubtedly sooner or later, since we we have the unified nature. So the social cultural approach unites, joins the human, the society, the humans, the society, and the nature. And if we establish a database, if we're talking about establishing a database or information database or the general system of knowledge, and then, of course, we have to ensure a very well planned work of specialists of different specialities and scientific knowledge and key areas, and the problem of formalization of knowledge and measuring the knowledge, the objectivity and of the information with particular instrumentation toolboxes with particular tools. And how do you measure culture? This is a very difficult question because the cultural norms that is the problem that has not been resolved, and the subjectivity of knowledge, this issue, the human, the researcher is a subject of knowledge. It is subjectivized, and how do you objectivize the knowledge? Then we have to get to the level of objectivization of knowledge, which would ensure adequate understanding of the process. And the last thing that I wanted to mention here, there are different approaches, different ways of doing it. In our approach that I included here, the multidimensional approach, but multidimensional approach, this information, in essence, in its content, it's because the main goal of communication is getting information. And here, there's very important issue here that could not be resolved before the digital. So this problem will be unresolvable. This is studying and understanding of external experience. You cannot get into the head of the other person and understand the experience at any level of depth of what that person is feeling, to get the experience, to feel, to perceive the experience, not being that person. And since there's a lot of digital tools that are being created that make it possible for us to be beyond the system, be outside of the system, to perceive the same feelings, the same perceptions through the senses or through the videos or whatever audio channels, through all the entire range of information communication technologies that makes it possible to ensure this transsubjectivity. And transsubjectivity is a very important factor in communication. If the communication, this is intersubject communication, and information that we were getting, we took into account who was the object and the subject of knowledge, of cognition, and the subject of action. They were different, and now it's kind of the same. The border is blurred, and transdisciplinary prospect. There is no subject and object as such, as a rigid dichotomy doesn't exist, because any object is a subject, any subject is an object, and the other way around. And so the subject becomes subject as when the focus is changed. And this is the quantum situation when any person, it depends on the point of view, and it depends on the angle, the overlap, the
cross methodology is very important too, a very important part of multidimensionality. And the last thing I wanted to say, transdisciplinary, why is it even better than interdisciplinary? Interdisciplinary use approach, comparative approaches. So the kind of the comparative approach is very good, but it is not enough. It is not precise enough, not accurate enough, because you and relational approaches, transdisciplinary, they are more accurate. The relationship can be always and you can measure. And the last phrase, the last sentence, the change in focus. The philosophical focus with dialectic connection, dialectical relationship, which cannot be measured. Of course, they could be concrete, but it is always an abstract category, and that is a philosophical category. It is a very high-level analysis category. The change of focus from dialectic to communicative links and relationships, when we precisely we could define and measure, and this provides and it gives us the transition to the verifiable, accurate, measurable knowledge within the framework of integrativity. We all are very much interested that we speak the same language and we get the information that we can use. That's it. Thank you. Thank you. I'm done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you.
The concise
and speaking, thank you for speaking about such issues which are at the interface. Are there any questions, colleagues? If there are no questions, then I would like to once again thank the speaker. I understand how busy you are, and I understand. And thank you for agreeing to meeting halfway and move the keynote slightly. And thank you once again. And if you like, you can stay and listen to other keynotes. And we have 2 keynotes left for today. So, colleagues, we will move Andrei Yermak presentation for tomorrow. And because, yes, there was a problem with communication, and the speaker side realized that it needs to be resolved. So our next presentation. So we have 2 presentations left. Just my computer is a little bit slow. Probably tired. So our next speaker Olga Belousova on a synergy effect and the interdisciplinary approach when developing the model of innovative activity of the regions. And please turn on Russian channel. So it's Olga Belorusova, a Doctor of Science in Economics, Professor, Department of Urban Economics and Law for Real Estate, Moscow City Government. I cannot, for some reason, I am blocked. Oh, now it's working. So the keynote, the presentation on the topic was synergetic effect and the interdisciplinary approach in the development of a model for assessing the region's innovation activity. I'm glad to welcome everyone, the administration, the university, and specifically Grigori Rafailovich for the opportunity to speak. I will not be talking for a long. I have a fever. It's a bit difficult for me to speak, but it will be my great pleasure to say. Yes, we can hear you, and please be brief, as you say, so that it is not at the cost of your health. So we'll try to briefly describe the situation. The thing is, the interdisciplinary approach is quite an interesting topic, and it emerged not well, not recently, but it has been developed. It's developed for dozens of years. And as of today, this topic is highly relevant, and it's practically knocking at our doors. And for many years, researchers and scholars have been making numerous attempts to create interdisciplinary projects, and those attempts have been successful. And those projects are sponsored by various grants, and they are custom made to government orders. And the world and the international relations are progressing so rapidly that we as scientists must keep up with that process. And by all means, there are research areas of research, natural research here in Russia and other countries, which are creating new areas of physics and optics, creating new materials, quantum technologies, protection of transfer of information, new atmospheres and sectors in the economy, and mentions of new professions. Now, in humanitarian areas, this process is ongoing, and it depends on professional authenticity. And transformation of humanitarian disciplines into real disciplines, because this is really difficult due to reasons which I will be able to explain later. In our country, the picture of interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary research is the picture of forgotten past. When research institutions worked together, they worked on applied tasks and they were implementing them efficiently. But today, a lack of development of interdisciplinary research is explained by the following reasons: that lack of agreement between a research approach, because those approach which were talked about today at the conference in theoretical physics or nuclear physics and other areas, they differ significantly from the methods used in biology, linguistic of social science, or in economy, and the area of problems which is within the domain of equations with numerous variables and require transcribing even notional means. The second area is that there is a narrow specialization of research, and when determining a specific area of research, there is a clear separation into ecological, sociological, medical, which do not always give a holistic picture because there are different approach. and there are different systems of thinking. The economists, they have one system of, and the lawyers a different one. Next one is the lack of systemic understanding of tasks of interdisciplinary nature. So the existing instruments, the existing tools of the contemporary cognition means they are analytical nature and systemic approach operates on totally different notions. We see such notions as charisma, hierarchy, and organization, which are typical for open dynamic system. The systematic thinking does not stand still, and the first generation of that was based on the problem in the determined systems, then it's cybernetics and open systems, the problems of interdependence and self-organization in the context of new systems, and the third generation in modeling that addresses the problem of mutual dependence and the choice in the context of sociocultural and digital and quantum approach. The author approach to studies. So we created large projects under the order of the government to develop the model of comparative analysis of the innovation system of the regions. That's a very challenging task. Well, first of all, we'll start by saying that the methods to assess methodology of innovation activity has been in place for quite some time in the Russian Federation. It's been recognized by the Russian community, and it is quite a diverse legal basis which exists in their own thematic spheres. So in order to implement the author-based approach, we require specialists from different spheres. Those could be economists, mathematicians, and lawyers. The analysis of the Russian experience to perform comparative analysis has demonstrated the following situation, is that in the global practice, there are specific ways to assess the innovativeness. First is index method or the research potential, which was initially presented at the Global Economic Forum. As a rule, foreign systems to assess innovativeness, they're connected with the integral in this index to assess the competitiveness of the country. In Russian methodologies, the basic characteristics of innovative activities, they use index of innovativeness, and it was calculated as integral indicator based on the factors which are selected by various criteria, and from the point of view of the authors, they characterize the innovative processes. As the basis for other methodologies, they use the principles for innovative activity of the potential infrastructure. And mostly, these are methods which are made abroad. So most cases, Russian methods to assess the innovative activity, they're based on rating or index methods to assess innovation activity. Now, what is the drawback? Well, first of all, they are of utilitarian nature, and they were assessing innovation processes using expert method being based on their own systems to assess of expert assessment, and they were using subjective methods of mathematical tools. So ratings made it possible to determine using quantitative assessment, using the quality status of the studied objects. It's clear that the existing ratings, they are of limited efficiency due to a highly deterministic set of factors. That a big work was done, and all the methods of innovative activity were studied, and this methodology and still has a great practical value, because in the conditions of today's budget limitations in the Russian Federation, it assigns innovation indices, or by placing the region into this or that group of innovation activity, it assigns a certain factor, and by doing so, the region receives certain financial capabilities, and these capabilities should expand not just through budget of the Russian Federation, but also they should have regional and municipal component. One should say that when performing the assessment of the innovation activity of the regions, a great role belongs to evidence of these indicators, and the reliability is achieved by a large size of sampling and the levels and decomposition. Decomposition is the possibility to restructure the indices in such an order so that if there is an interface, instead of interface, there is interface with other subsystems. For example, indices from the federal level could interact with regional municipal. And when building the levels of decomposition, we were faced with the possibility of choice to choose between this functional structure and object and structural means. When using a functional and structural principle, in this case, the innovation system is viewed upon as a hierarchical system with a set of preset functions and the possibility to convey information between the elements. Usually it's a dynamic model, and it is viewed upon very easily and transparently from the legal standpoint. Now, the system is described as a model which is composed of objects and its properties and interaction between the groups. We identify the system of indicators which reflect the activity of the regions, and those indicators are different from each other by the units of measurement, and part of those indicators were related with the implementation of the innovations. And first we use the standard model, logistic model, and resource approach in decision making. And on the basis of expert decision making, we identify the system of indicators which reflect the innovation activity of the region, and they differed completely according to the characteristics of the measurements and the units of measurements. The work included several stages. First stage, it was determined as the intensity of innovations implemented by the companies located within the region. And it was assumed that in the first sector, there is a certain set between two alternatives and strategies which are used. And when passing through the assessment of probabilities, and when it was determined one of the companies innovational, it was then put into the innovation group, and at the next stage they would assess the innovation attractiveness of the region as a probability, and the taking into account the structural characteristics, taking into account the innovation strategy chosen, and according to the number of final output parameters, the index of innovation was calculated. So the higher efficiency was among those regions which had a higher resulting indices. I will not go into the details talking about the numbers, because this work was published, is quite known. We took 25 innovation indices, we subdivided them into two groups, the cost one and the resulting ones. Then math came into play. It reduced the number of indices by using linear method of main components, nothing difficult here, and was implemented as part of standard packages. Each region then was set as an array of those indices, and then certain mathematical activities were performed with those indices. And I'll briefly say that novelty of this method was that when the implementation of sampling of those indices which impacted the innovation activity of the regions, we use factor analysis, and we identify factors which were also reliable. And as a result, we got a serious methodological approaches and statistical indices which are applied by the authorities and our scholars, and we introduced suggestions to organize the new assessment methodology, thanks to which we created a new rating of innovative action activity of the regions, and it differed radically from the rating which we used to see in popular assessments which are used by the expert communities and expert sites and large periodicals. So what was the essence of that experiment? It was a research result, and the result was quite good, I think, because we performed an extensive analysis of a big regional legislation, and we have identified objects of structural approach among lawyers and economists, and that interdisciplinary approach made it possible to resolve the tasks that were set and get reliable data sets which were verifiable and clear. And that rating, well, for now, this rating is most reliable, which reflects the real picture. And currently I see that the ratings which we ranked as top regions, Tyumen, one of them, it was 10 years ago, Tyumen, Moscow, Tomsk, Novosibirsk, and now they are leaders of the ratings. So in our forecast, we were right. It is verified by time, and it yielded great result. Briefly, that's it. Thank you so much. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, thank you very much, and for being brave and having fever still you spoke. Thank you for this highly informative presentation, and please, round of applause. Thank you. And the final report for today, it's a video. We start the video. It's Oleg Gurov, and they talked about him. He was the participant of our group presentation, and he'll talk about digital future in David Cronenberg's Crimes of the Future. And it would be probably be difficult for him to talk from the train because he is on the train to Rostov-on-Don. So
So, hello, dear colleagues. I'm Gurov Oleg Nikolaevich. Unfortunately, logistically, I cannot connect up to you here, and I'm in the train now. So we're gonna be talking. We don't see the video in Zoom. Well, hello, dear colleagues. I'm Gurov Oleg Nikolaevich, and that is logistically I could not connect up or to come to you, and so I'm in the train, traveling by train. So this is why I've come up with this video. I'm going to start the presentation, and we're going to be talking about the digital future. The image of the digital future in David Cronenberg's Crimes of the Future. Why did I pick this subject? I'm a philosopher, culturist, I'm the candidate of philosophy, MBA, associate professor, and on David Cronenberg, it's my thesis subject. So my qualification, and this is the social life. So the mass culture is the source of very serious studies in order to find answers to fundamental questions. And I think that the actual image of that Cronenberg, his filmography actually predisposes to that thing, and the sphere of issues that he's been dealing with for 5 decades, and periodically gives us really nice films and a novel, and even a novel, and this is something to discuss, to think about, to visualize, to dream about, to attempt to build to see what kind of future is awaiting us. And Cronenberg, David Cronenberg, is not a young guy. He's over 80 years of age. His first films were shot in the end of in the late 60s, and to talk about the evolution in his creativity is quite difficult, probably, because he started from the outset. It was high quality films, very interesting, and there were some niche points at some points. They were more kind of box office. It doesn't mean to say that he was progressing, and the film that we are talking about, that is The Crime of the Future, Crimes of the Future. That is the film that is a smile. It's one of the films that he shot in the beginning of his career, and within his career he used different genres, different fables, different stories. And you probably know The Fly, and if you Cronenberg, if you remember, he is body horror, probably, and the thrillers and drama and love and all of this, and he cannot be reduced to just one genre, but maybe the subject matter could be, this is the transformation. And all his films, he shows and juxtaposes through the change, through transformation, through mutations, various facets, various the binary dichotomies, binary positions, and he compares things that they could see like a red and thick, maybe, or something like that, something unjuxtaposable, uncomparable. But now these are the things, the categories which, when you juxtapose them, they are not. They do not cause a surprise. For example, a combination of humane and technical, humane and technological culture, and of dead and animal and animalistic. So these very difficult structures, and that gives many facets. And for 8 years, we've been waiting for the last one, last film, The Crimes of the Future. Last year, it's been released, and essentially, this film is anti-utopia, and it is not even sci-fi. It's a fantasy. It's a fantasy, and it's a Goffman fantasy. It makes you think of where humanity is going right now, what kind of future awaits us, and of course, his key focus, the line that he draws there, is juxtaposing the technological and carnal, the body origins, the creative origins, and all these things, and how the society of the future will develop, and how the human nature will change in this context. And of course, maybe we put a lot of stock into
in artificial intelligence, other digital technologies, and roughly speaking, technical progress. And the Industry 4.0, which we kind of trying to tune into, we're learning our digital literacy. We are trying to improve our knowledge, our working with technologies, and of course, this is something like an intermediate stage of formulated next position, next category 5.0, where technologies are serving for the good of the human. We will be developing creatively, sustainably, unhappily, and but there is no certainty in the majority, and there are techno-pessimists and techno-realists, and they think about singularity, and they think that what the artificial intelligence would do if it reaches the stage where it becomes conscious, and it will really quickly start learning, and what it would do with humans we cannot possibly guess that, and this is only speculation. Philosophers, journalists, and researchers, and politicians and entrepreneurs talk about it, and the actual issue being posed like this, that we don't have the clear understanding that the technology is evil, same as it's good, and it's not only evil, and it's all hypotheticals, and it is obvious, it's evident that the development of technologies may lead not only to innovations which change life for the better, but also to certain consequences that we would not want to have. And Cronenberg, he visualizes it. He shows us, on the one hand, as you see on the slides, on the one hand, technological progress and machines of the future which we can't even imagine, and this is the Cronenberg calling card, like biomechanoids, similar to was Giga gave. The Cronenberg is there just more of a bio nightmare kind of things, and on the other hand, these achievements that we can't even imagine, but we do believe that they're not too far over the horizon. They actually match our the day-to-day recession and degradation, and our world is not as real as it may seem to us in terms of linear development of the progress. And on the other hand, it makes us think on virtuality, and where everything is beautiful and good, and maybe not quite realistic enough, and our standard juxtapositions of natural and cultural origins of perception, and also maybe a couple of words about the actual narrative, because one of the key blocks of the film represents the quite recognizable event. People stop feeling physical algodyschia, so there's no pain. They can perceive this feeling only through the during the sleep, and the people stop getting sick from bacteria and viruses, and this care of this just stopped caring for health in this respect, stopped, and the experiments of on your own body transferred into the aesthetics. People started studying the horizons of their bodies, doing various procedures to aesthetically assess the component, how the body can, what are the limits, and what are the borders. The news, you see this next slide, you can see it how it's done. In these conditions, the artists, so they continued using their own bodies as their artistic objects, and they started demonstrating, showing to people various interventions to show their internal organs, and some manipulations on their own bodies, opening up the new horizons of creativity and the beauty and aesthetics, and This practice exists already and some decades ago. And there's a genre of body art, radical performance, where the limitations of your own body were tested. And one of the most famous practices, Gina Pan, the French artist, the photograph of her performance at the age on the bottom left and top right, and these are the bodily injuries. This is the feature, and Cronenberg uses these materials so that the key characters are the pioneers of the new world, and pioneers from the art world, the artistic sphere and the quasi-artistic. This is the episode, and these radicals, they get into the future without not going into the virtual world, like not Matrix, not meta universe, but they just break the connections to traditional world at the mythical level. And the main character, one of these artists whose just new organs with unknown functions his body produces. So his intimate friend and colleagues and partner in artistic practices. She takes these bodies and organs, just removes it with the retrofuturistic, with the horror manipulations during the public performances. And so, in this respect, the director shows a new perspective, how the carnality, how the technologies could be in the context of the future. And it's quite provocative issues are raised, how technology and carnality, aesthetics and ethics, how they interact. And the history of key characters, the actor and his a partner, how they transform the body and how they transform the future of the humanity, quote unquote. And the genre, he mixes up the body horror and the actual absurdism, and it was not simple, it is not unequivocal, and of course he focuses on the destructive and the risks that it carries, and also the subject of consumerism, where what is lacking, the care for the environment if it doesn't impact the subject's life directly, and this contrast between the world that is inevitably destroyed and the by technologies which we can only dream about. And he calls upon the humanity to think about to replace this egotism and to care for the ecology and for the nature. So these crimes of the future, the film shows nevertheless the importance of physical human nature, of human body, and puts emphasis on the necessity of recognition of your body and its changeability, and calls upon you to look at these questions, issues through art and aesthetic. And so, despite the fact that it's quite, I described quite unpleasant, maybe tools that the director uses in order to depict, to draw the attention to these issues. Nevertheless, in my view, the film itself and all the work of the director, it causes not only the negative and not quite negative, the disgust, the fear, or the revulsion. So this is a very good quality provocation for people to start thinking about the existential issues in classic sense of the word, and their own way in the world, when the only constant is change, transformation, uncertainty, and exiting beyond, going out beyond the horizons which we can. Thank you very much for your attention. I will be happy to communicate to you. Yes, can you turn me on? Yeah, you have so colleagues. Yes, great. Thank you. Thank you very much for this video. So thanks very much to Oleg Gurov. And now we're winding up our session. We're going to see you tomorrow. We have 3 sections and this neurobiology and biotechnologies and neuro psychological studies and lyricists and physicists and the physics and so the key sections. And then tomorrow at 4 o'clock in the afternoon there will be Andrei Yermak, the Minister of Culture, Culture and Tourism of the Kaliningrad region, because there were difficulties, technical difficulties. So I think that if everything works well tomorrow, then organizationally, etc. Then Stepan Kalmykov, that didn't talk today, so also through some causes, and he'll join us tomorrow, hopefully, either offline or online. And so I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. We're happy to see you both online or offline in format. Thank you all very much. Bye-bye.